the radical, fundamental principles of freedom, rational self-interest, and individual rights. This is the Yaron Brook Show.
All right, everybody, welcome to Yaron Brook Show on this, yes, it's December 31st, the last day of 2023. Another one of those years you could say, well, I'm kind of sorry to see it go on the one hand, because it means I'm getting older. On the other hand, good riddance. All right, welcome, everybody. You might notice my voice is a little off. That's because I'm sick. I've had a sore throat the last few days. This is probably the first time I'm speaking out loud in like 2 days. I've been saving my voice for this. So we'll see how long I last. I do have my tea. I will be sipping it as we go along so as to keep my voice intact. So hopefully this will go okay. But yeah, my throat has been burning for the last 48 hours or so. Hope you like the shirt, my holiday shirt. It's my island shirt, of course. Yeah, I thought we'd change it up a little bit, given that it is our special New Year's Eve show. All right, so today I'm going to go over the big stories of the year. We're going to talk about a few themes. I think I've got 4 big themes in terms of content. I also want to we can also talk about movies. I've got some, at least one current theme for 2023 in terms of movies, which I think is interesting. But I'm curious to know what you guys think and what impressed you in particular this year. Let's see. We've also got, we can talk about beyond that, anything else you want. We'll also talk about the show. How's it doing? It's nice to get a summary, kind of end of year, how we're looking in terms of the totality of the year. So we'll look at that as well. So we'll cover that. We'll talk about how the show is doing, views, subscriptions, things like that. We've got an insane goal for this show, which is to raise $12,000. I don't know if that's doable. We did it last year. I don't know if you're up for it again this year, but I figured we can't have a goal that's less than last year. Now, last year we also had a match, so on top of the 12, we had a $10,000 match on top of that. So we don't have that this year, but it's still the case, right? It's still the case that it's still the case that we're going to try to make it at least as good as last year, which means 12,000. But that's not up to me. Very little I can do about that other than stand here and keep entertaining you. That is up to you. So hopefully you guys can step up and really and make it happen. It's going to take a lot of people. Hopefully people will be joining as we go along through the show. It's going to take a lot of people. It's an opportunity to use that money to ask questions. That way, we'll also get to cover more topics because we'll get to cover topics you're interested in versus topics that I have prepared in advance or I'm interested in. So please ask questions, make comments, make suggestions. Make suggestions how to make the show better, how to increase viewership, get more subscribers, anything you want, or just how to, tell me how I'm wrong in a variety of different ways. So there goes my voice. All right, hopefully it'll last. My plan is to go for as long as it takes, which is probably a long time. Jeffrey got us started with $20. Thank you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, too, and congrats on the new restaurant, and congrats on having a great restaurant to begin with. Finn Harper says, how close to no commercials on the podcast are we now? We're still a long way. I mean, I haven't seen people send me money specifically for the purpose of no commercials. I can't remember what was the sum I said, an extra $1,000 a month. We're just nowhere near that at this point. But, we'll see. I've got all kinds of ideas for this year to raise revenue. We really need to raise revenue this year. This year, this show will be my source of revenue. This is what I'm going to live off of. So we're going to really need to raise money. We'll see how that goes. Friend Hopper, don't ask questions without a super chat, right? Don't use your member privileges for this. We've got a big goal today. Adam says, all right, here's our first challenge of the day. If we get 500 likes, I'm going to like the show just to add one to it. If we get 500 likes, Adam will do $500. If we get 1,000 likes, Adam will do $1,000. So that would get us a long way to where we need to be. So please like the show as we go through this. I'll remind you. But Adam has put a challenge out there to get to 500 likes. We'll see if we get 500 people. Too bad people can't do more than one like at a time. But let's try to make that happen. Thank you, Adam. All right, Jacob says 110% would recommend a most violent year. I saw it last night. Thank you, Jacob. Glad you appreciate it. But next time, no, none of this. Will is doing the same thing. None of this comments with no dollars attached to them. We've got a big, audacious, ridiculous, massive goal that we're just not going to get to if you guys do that. Whatever amount you can, even if it's a small amount, put it in there so we can chip away and get there closer. Roosevelt, Happy New Year. Thanks, Roosevelt. Iron Meerkat, Happy New Year. Lots of love. Best wish of all you guys. Furthermore, I am of the opinion that Gaaza needs to be destroyed. Iron Meerkat has been consistent since October 7th with regard to that. Stephen, do you think people who invest in the stock market or bet on horse races for a living are productive? People who bet on horse races, I don't think so. I don't see what the productive activity is. Certainly trading is a productive activity. To the extent that it's meaningful trading, to the extent that it's not just gambling, but actually investing and figuring out where to put your capital, how to deploy your capital in productive endeavors is very much a productive activity. And if you're interested in a detailed explanation of why, you can look up my course on financial markets, where I explain why investing in stocks is productive and why the value of a stock, the level of a stock, is super, super important for the functioning of an economy, for the proper functioning of an economy, and how that plays a massive role in allocation of capital throughout the economy. Thank you, Stephen. All right, I'm going to have to stop answering questions because we want to get on. Willa says, Happy New Year. Thank you, Willa. Tazy says, cool shirt you're on. Thank you. I try to dress up for the holidays. Mary Aline, thank you. $50. Really appreciate that. We're going to need a lot of $50 in order to get to where we need to get. But they're starting to come in. So, Mary Aline, we need, how many of these do we need, right? We need $150, 100, that'll get us just to 5,000. We need 200 to get us to $250. So we've got our first three. Mary Elaine says, just did a sticker for 50, so thank you. Jennifer for $50 says, leave out the fiction. The fact is this fiction will only be worn by persistence. Leave out conditions, courageous convictions will drag the dream into existence. Of course, that's Neil Peart. When Jennifer is reciting poetry, it's almost always from Neil. That leave out the fiction. The fact is that this fiction will only be worn by persistence. Leave out conditions, courageous convictions will drag the dream into existence. Pretty cool. Happy New Year. Looking forward to your Michigan visit. Me too. That is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks I'll be in Michigan for all you Michigans. Michigan is in Michigan. Roland says, just what Blackadder's Christmas Carol. It was hilarious. Thanks for the recommendation. Get soon better and have a very happy 2024. Nice shirt, by the way. Thank you, Roland. That's 50 Swiss francs. That's fantastic. Thank you. All right. We'll get to other questions as we go through the thing. Kev, thank you for the support. I'll be thanking stickers, and then we'll let the super chats accumulate a little bit as we go through this. All right. So I wanted to do a show reviewing kind of the big stories of 2023. I made a list of all the stories that I could think of that had some significance. I looked through different media outlets and what they thought were the significant stories. There was obviously some overlap, some not so overlap. And then I thought, okay, well, this is just a laundry list of stories that many of them we've already talked about. And you know, many of them, you know, we've already talked about. And there has to be a theme. There has to be what puts this all together. So basically, I came up with 4 themes that I think integrate basically the stories I wanted to talk about at the end of 2023. Of course, if you would like me to talk about other stories, if you would like me to elaborate on any of these, if you would like me to take a different spin on these stories, the stories that we have already here, then please feel free to do so. You can guide me in that direction by basically using the super chat. The 4 themes that I have is 1, the theme of war. So we'll talk about war. The second theme is left and right continue their realignment. And we've talked a lot over 2023 about the left and the right and what they mean and how they are realigning and what that realigning might mean. So we're going to kind of summarize that in that context. We'll also talk about melee as kind of a non-left or right phenomena. And is that where we're going to find, if you will, redemption? Is that where we're going to break out of the kind of existing political mold, which is so stifling and so you know, just dead end? It's a dead end mold, right? The left versus right paradigm is a dead end paradigm. It leads nowhere. We achieve nothing by actually pursuing it. So we'll talk about that. Lot to cover there. We'll talk about left-right in the U.S. We'll talk about left-right in Europe. We'll talk about left-right in Latin America, and some of the implications of all that. Third theme, these 2 last themes will be smaller, but the third theme will be, you know, on the economy, and that is kind of the state of the economy, how we did in 2023, and where we move from here into 2024. All of this will include a few predictions of mine with regard to 2023. And then finally, another theme, which I think is an important one, we got to end on a positive note after all, and that is a positive theme, and that is the theme of technology, that in spite of everything, in spite of all the problems, in spite of all the challenges, in spite of all the horrors that our world throws at us, there are still men and women out there, there's still entrepreneurs out there, founders, who are creating a new world, that are constantly pushing us forward, and constantly improving our lives and our quality of life. And I think this year was an important year with regard to a couple of these technologies, and in particular with regard to maybe a few of these technologies. So we will talk about that and kind of maybe wrap up on that sense, on a positive theme. And then I also want to talk about another theme, which I think is really interesting. That is, there's definitely a theme this year of movies about business, and positive movies about business, like movies about business that portray businessmen as positive characters, as strong characters, right? So movies about business that actually, you could say, implicitly pro-capitalism. And that's unusual. That I can't remember a year that comes anywhere close to 2023 in that sense. And I'm going to give you a list of movies. Succession is not one of them. And I said movies, not TV shows. a list of movies that I saw. Some of them I saw. There are a few I didn't see, but it's pretty astounding just the numbers of them. And maybe this is a new theme. Maybe there is something in the air, in the culture, in the cultural ideas. Maybe there's something related to Ayn Rand and Ayn Rand's ongoing influence on the culture that is bringing these kind of heroes and these kind of people to the forefront. So we will talk about that as well. I also plan at some point, given that John is here, I'm glad you're here, John. I hope you're going to stay for a while, because I do plan also to review Coherence, the movie you asked me to review with your last $500. John has just done $500, so John has taken us a big step towards our goal of 12,000. We're going to need a lot of Johns today to get us to where we need to go, right? I mean, we're going to need 20 plus Johns to get us to where we need to go, or the equivalent of that. So thank you, John. John says, Happy New Year, Yaron. I wanted to jump on and contribute to your end of year episode goal, as well as to tell you that you have the best show on the internet. Thank you. I'm looking forward to another great and hopefully prosperous year for Yaron Brook Show. Keep up the great work, sir. It doesn't go unappreciated. Thank you, John. So it sounds like you're jumping off, but I will be reviewing, if not today, the next show, I will be reviewing the sci-fi movie you wanted me to review by the name of Coherence. So that, if unlikely today, I guess, particularly if you're not on, but I did watch it last night, so I'm in a position to review it. So hopefully in the next few days. Again, I'm sick, so I'm not sure exactly what the schedule is going to be. Certainly tomorrow, I'll probably take the day off, but the rest of the week, I hope to get back to on a regular schedule. And we'll go from there. All right, and as I said, in addition to all that, in addition to the big stories and the movie and all of that, I will talk also about the show itself, how we're doing, how we're progressing, where we are, where we're heading, and stuff like that. Whoa, we just got GoDRD, God-RD, something like that, one or the other. $50, and it's his first super chat on a live stream. So thank you, God-RD. Even God is watching our show. That is terrific. And Hamid with $50 as well, and Ian with $50. So we're getting close to 10% of the way to where of the funds raised to where we need to be. So we just need to keep going at this pace, and within a few many hours, we will get to where we need to be. In any case, this is terrific. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right. So obviously, I think particularly at the end of this year, the theme of war is a major theme of 2023, and it's a sense in which I would say that good riddance of 2023, although this theme of war is unfortunately going to carry on into our future. In 2022, maybe the main story of the year was the Ukraine-Russia war and everything that it implied in terms of, if you will, I think, the perceived weakness of the West, the willingness of alternative powers, in this case Russia, to challenge the West, the support of China for Russia indicated China's willingness to challenge the West. And here the West, I would consider, the kind of Western axis in Asia, which is South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, primarily Western Europe, but really all of Europe, including Eastern Europe these days, and the United States, and Canada. China's support of Russia, kind of sticking a finger in the eye of the West, indicating that they too were willing to step up to challenge what the West was doing, what the West stood for, what the West represented, and challenge it for not just economically, not just trade-wise, but now, challenge the West militarily, or at least watch sympathetically as Russia challenges the West militarily. And I thought, and that was, of course, the story of 2022. But I think it set the stage for 2023, in which we are seeing that same interest in challenging the West, that view that if you will, the part of the world that is anti-Western, fundamentally opposed to the West, the view that they have of a weak West, of a West that will not stand and fight, a West that is rife with internal conflict, a West that has lost its identity, a West that has lost what it really stands for. And I think that the consequence of that is that you're going to see, and we're seeing, more and more evil powers out there, more and more elements out there in the world willing to challenge the West. That is reflected in obviously Ukraine, Russia, but it's also reflected in the October 7th massacre that led to the current war between Israel and the Palestinians, which has much broader potential in terms of a potential war with Hezbollah, and now a stoppage of trade through the Red Sea with the Houthis, and of course behind much of this is Iran sitting there prodding Hamas, holding Hezbollah back, prodding the Houthis, holding something, playing everybody off of each other in order to achieve its long-term goals. And of course, a war with Iran is quite likely possible, and that again is another area of significant escalation. Beyond that, sitting Russia, which has a deal now with Iran. Iran supplies Russia with weapons. It's a weird upside-down world where Iran is supplying the Russians with weapons. You would think it would be the other way around, but this is where we are. And of course, China in the background, also sitting and watching this, again as an expression of China's view. It wants to see how weak the West really is, how distracted can the West really become, how sped out can the U.S. military and the U.S. Navy be, because China is clearly eyeing Taiwan, and China is sitting back and it's watching the world as, and in some sense, China, if you remember, it eliminated COVID-0 this year. It's also engaged in a technological struggle with the U.S. But the fundamental story about China this year is a really weak economy. The fundamental Chinese story for this year is the fact that economically China is struggling. And a struggling superpower, if you will, a struggling nation with nuclear weapons is very dangerous. A struggling superpower with nuclear weapons might choose war to distract its population from the economic struggles that the population is experiencing. So, again, I think we look at China, and while I don't expect war with China, I don't think China is stupid enough to engage in war. I don't think China's interests are aligned with war. On the other hand, we know the dictator is unpredictable, and Xi is ever more a dictator. We know, right? We know that that as the dictators use war to distract their own population from the challenges that they face, from the economic pain that they might be going through. We know all this. I mean, China is rife. China is rife with all the indications of potentially going to war. Now, again, I don't think it'll happen. And the main reason I don't think it'll happen is I think that the Chinese leadership know that they are not necessarily going to win such a war. And there's no interest for a dictator to engage in a war that they think they're going to lose. So the Chinese will create a lot of brouhaha. They'll create a lot of noise around Taiwan. They'll create a lot of noise about technology, chips. We saw what happened at the balloon episode. They will continue as they continue to spy on the United States, to kind of rattle our cage, to try to induce us to make a mistake, to make a bad strategic move. They will constantly try to convince their own population that China is strong and China doesn't need the United States and that the United States is weak. That is the pattern, and that pattern will continue without a doubt in the months and years to come. But at the same time, I don't think they want a war. I don't think they can afford a war. And let me just say this: the one thing we learned in 2023 is, at the end of the day, the weakness of the Chinese economy. Its real estate sector is in free fall. It's in collapse. The industrial sector is doing poorly. Exports, which are the heart of the Chinese economy, or have been for the last 40 years, have declined. And yet internal consumption inside China is still weak. Unemployment among young people in China is very high, something like 21% of adults between the ages of, 18 and 25, something like that, are unemployed, 21%. You've got a whole generation of Chinese who are kind of giving up on the Chinese model. China's in deep, deep trouble economically. It can't afford a war. But dictators are unpredictable, and they could very much launch a war in order to distract us from what is going on in the economy, distract their own people from what is going on in their own economy. All right, so I think war is a theme that is going to go into 2024. It's the escalation of the war in the Middle East. I don't see how the war in Ukraine is going to be resolved by the end of 2024. And the war in the Middle East could be expanded. I think by the end of 2024, it will be resolved. It'll be done with. Rob is reminding me. There's of course potential war in Venezuela, between Venezuela and, now how do I pronounce this? Guyana. I think it's Guyana. Guyana, and Brazil is there. The British have just put a battleship off the coast. Guyana used to be a British colony, so they feel some responsibility for Guyana's integrity, territorial integrity. Could there be a war there? The United States has been training with the Guyanan military. Of course, Russia could be behind all this noise from Venezuela. Russia is an ally of Venezuela, as is China, as is Cuba. It's just another area where there might be a war next year. And then, of course, we're watching China constantly. Quickly, on the Ukraine-Russia war, this year, I think the big story was basically the stalemate that has been achieved on that front. In the fall of 2022, the Ukrainians made significant progress, kicked the Russians out of two major areas that they had occupied at the beginning of the war. And since then, nothing much has changed. Russians made some progress, if you remember, in Bakhmut in the early part of the year at the cost of, tens of thousands of troops. It was just a slaughterhouse. They've held on to some of those gains. They've lost others of their gains. During the hyped up spring offensive, which was delayed because the West was not providing the Ukrainians with the weapon systems they needed. The spring offensive did not go as planned. It turns out that the Russians have spent the whole winter beefing up the defenses in ways that for some reason the West and the Ukrainians were not prepared for. landmines, trenches, but mainly landmines. Unbelievable quantities of landmines basically halted the Ukrainian advances. Ukraine did advance in a couple of places, in a few places, but they did not make a breakthrough, no significant breakthrough. And if you're following the last few weeks, the Russians, for some reason, like to throw a lot of men at insignificant targets in the dead of winter and watch them all die in order to gain a few meters of ground. And they're doing it again in eastern parts of Ukraine. And the Russians, as a consequence, are making very little, but they're making some slow progress. I expect next year, it's really hard to tell what's going to happen next year. What happens next year in Ukraine is completely dependent on by the way, we're past the 10% mark, so 90% to go, but we're past the 10% mark. We've raised over $1,200 bucks. We've got a target of 12,000. It's a super ambitious target. It's a crazy target. It's what we raised last year. So I know it's doable if everybody shows up that showed up last year and is willing to kind of contribute as much as they did last year. We're going to have some people step in with hundreds of dollars. We'll see if they're out there, and we'll see if they're willing, and we'll see if they're that supportive at the end of this year. You guys are being amazing throughout 2023. But in terms of Super Chat, this is by far the best year we've had. The question is there enough left to make today as big as it was last year? Also, I remind you that Adam has given us a challenge. You a challenge, not me. I've already. That if 500 people like the show, he will put in $500. If 1,000 people like the show, he will put in $1,000. Now, a couple of ways you can help with this. One is like the show. Just click the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's going to cost Adam, but it won't cost you anything. And the second is you can go up on social media and let people know about the show. Right now you can say Yaron's live. Come on over and increase the number of people who are participating, and hopefully with the more participation, we'll get more likes, and that'll definitely help. We have 162 people watching live right now, so we've definitely had over 200 people watching so far because people come in and out. So we should have in excess of 200 likes. We've only got 104. So just if everybody right now who's listening right now, all you have to do is click that like button before you leave. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps with the algorithm. And of course, it gets a good pal, Adam, it gets him to pony up significant dollars. So that's great. All right, Wes just came in with $500 to do a movie review. Thank you, Wes. We'll check that out later when I do the Super Chats. So thank you. So yep, we're slowly chipping away, guys. We're getting very close to the 1/6, the 2,000 mark. So hopefully in the next just few minutes, we will make it to 2,000, and at that point we will have just only $10,000 to raise. But if we do 2,000 every 30 minutes, approximately, then in 3 hours we get to where we need to be, right? It's a little below 3,000. We'll have to go 4 hours today. That's okay. I'm willing to go 4 hours. Thank you, John. Thank you for the sticker, John. Really appreciate that. Darlene, thank you for the sticker. Mary Aline, thank you for the sticker in addition to what you've already done. Catherine, thank you for the sticker. James, we'll get to the rest of Chris, and we'll get, Silicone, $50 on the sticker. Sean Wilson, $50 on the sticker. Kev, thank you. And Mary Aline, I think I thanked her before for that one. John Parker, $50 now, and we've got a little bit more coming in. So we're just $15 short. Adam Campbell is all right. He's doubling the amount of money he's willing to do. So if we get 500 likes, just free likes, thumbs up on YouTube. Adam will do $1,000, and if we get 1,000 likes, he's going to do $2,000. So please go out there, get more people to join us, so we can get off of a bigger base. We can hopefully get to those numbers and make it. So thank you, Adam, and thank you to all of you who are going to like the show to help us get to where we need to be. Because I think we're going to need to get Adam up there into the numbers in order to make our goal today. So this is the kind of stuff that makes it fun. There's no match today, but basically Adam is matching your likes with dollars. All right, $2 for every like. We need to get to 500. We're at 126 with 165 watching. Go in and do it. All right, we passed the 10,000 mark. So we've done the sixth. We've done 1/6. So slowly chipping away. All right, just one more. I want to say a few more things about Ukraine, Russia, and then we'll talk about Israel. I think next year is going to be very hard to predict if the United States provides the aid that I still expect it to provide, and that means Republicans will have to get their act together and kind of deal with the Democrats to provide that aid. And I hope that happens in January. I hope it happens fairly quickly. And if the Europeans get their act together and provide the aid that they have promised and they have kind of worked on, then I think that combined aid will make it possible for the Ukrainians this spring to really have a breakthrough. Now, I know I predicted this last year, so, for what it's worth, I also think, I also expect that in the next few weeks, the Ukrainians will get their first F-16s. I think in spite of what a lot of the military experts are saying on TV, I believe that that the F-16s can be a game changer and can significantly help the Ukrainians defeat the Russians. And here I don't mean defeat the Russians in the sense of taking Moscow. I mean defeat the Russians in the sense of kicking the Russians out of Ukrainian territory. And whether that includes Crimea or doesn't include Crimea, that will probably be the peace to be negotiated afterwards. But kick them out of all the territory they took in 2022, I think is possible. And I think that if the aid is provided, then Ukraine will actually achieve that. All right, quickly on the Israeli war, which I think is not going to last for the whole of the year. Israel is not facing an enemy like Russia, and Israel is facing enemies that it can deal with. This is going to be, I think, super interesting to watch. Today, I just read before the show started that the U.S., Britain, and one other country are going to have a press conference in a little bit to announce that they will launch offensive strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. I find it really interesting that that the United States is at a point where now it has to have a press conference before it goes to war. They have to make an announcement. Maybe they should have maps in the announcement and tell the Houthis exactly what targets they intend to strike, so that the Houthis maybe can hide those targets or move them or do. It's just absurd. Why haven't they already stricken? Why not have the element of surprise on your part? It just shows that a lot of this is posturing and politics. So I do expect the Red Sea to open for trade in the in the weeks to come, and that the U.S. will be bombing targets in Yemen. I think with the help of maybe the Brits, maybe some other parties. It's hard to tell. I think the Saudis are going to hold back on signing a peace deal with the Houthis until they see what kind of damage the United States does over there. I do expect Israel to basically wrap up this phase of its operation in Gaaza in the next couple of months, maybe sooner than that. Basically, this phase is going to be taking the major city in the south, Khan Yunis, and basically clearing it out of tunnels and clearing it out of Hamas and controlling the territory of Khan Yunis, clearing out the center of Gaza, and that creating a whole section from northern Gaza to the south that is controlled by Israel. I also think that in the next few weeks, you will see Israel completely clear out northern Gaza. It keeps saying it's done it, but it hasn't really. I think it's going to soon. It's going to get to that point soon, where it will clear out the north of Gaza, and then there will still be elements of the Gazan command structure. There'll still be many thousands of fighters who have moved into the tent cities that the UN is building, who've moved into Rafah, which is the very southern side of Israel, of Gaza, where Israel has not indicated that they intend to invade. There are about 1 million Palestinians crammed into a very small space. At that point, I expect Israel to move to a more tactical operations where they attack Hamas on a kind of occasionally rather than constantly in a constant flow. You'll also see more negotiations, more pressure to negotiate, and more focus on a long-term solution. At the end of the day, I don't expect the Hezbollah to launch a full-blown attack on Israel. I don't expect Iranians to want that. Iran is afraid of what that would mean to Iran. I expect that Israel will not preempt unless it is significantly provoked, and I think Hezbollah is going to try not to provoke completely. I think that Hezbollah at the end of this war will still be in a powerful situation in the north of Israel, will still constitute a significant and substantial threat to Israel. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the residents in the northern cities of Israel view returning to their homes, which they've been evacuated from, given that it is likely that Hezbollah is still going to be there on the border as active as ever. Maybe that pressure from the residents of the north will get Israel to engage in military operations to push the Hezbollah away from the border and to, as I've said, to the Litani River further north in Lebanon. We will see. So a lot to monitor there. Of course, there's the West Bank, and then there's the big question of 2024 is going to be what kind of political solutions is Israel going to accept with the Palestinians. As I've said, I do not expect Israel to do what I would want them to do. I do not expect Israel to win this war unequivocally. That would be amazing. That would be terrific. But I think, unfortunately, it is going to be unlikely. So in 2024, we'll keep our eyes out on the war in Ukraine. We'll keep our eyes out on the war on Israel. You'll keep getting commentary from me on a regular basis on both of those. And of course, we'll keep an eye out on what's going on in China and whether there are any indications that China is ready to launch a campaign against Taiwan or to engage in proxy wars with the United States or anybody else elsewhere in the world. I have my doubts. I don't think China's ready yet. But who knows, right? Who knows? All right, let me look through this. We've got 1-500 from Wes. Wes says, movie review, Weathering with You. It's an anime film, so not your normal cup of tea, but I think you might enjoy. I recommended the English dubbed version. It's very good. Thanks for another great year of content. See you at OCON 2024. That's $500 from Wes, and Wes has, of course, been a fantastic supporter of the show throughout the year. So thank you, Wes. And as I've also said, we're going to need quite a few of these $500 contributions in order to get to our targets. So hopefully there are more of you out there who are willing to do, like John and now Wes, who are willing to do $500 either for a movie review or just $500, so we can make our target of 12,000. We're already at we're getting very close to 2,500, which is a nice round number. It would be fantastic if we could get to 4,000 in the next 15 minutes, which means 1,700 in the next 15 minutes. That's a lot of money. But Mike just put $500, so maybe we can make it. Okay. Let's do Mike. Mike says, value for value, Yaron. Happy New Year, and thanks for continuing battle for liberty. Thank you, Mike, and we will continue. I'll give you plans. I'll tell you plans for the show for 2024. A little later in the show, we'll talk about what the plan is for next year and plans for expansion and growth. But everything we did in 2023, I expect we will continue to do and more. But a lot of brainstorming in the next few months about ways to expand the show, ways really to get more subscribers. We need to get more subscribers. The last 3 months have been terrific in terms of subscribers. This month will be over 500. Last month was over 500 new subscribers. We need to be able to make that the minimum monthly gain. We need a lot more than that, and I think I have somewhat of a strategy for that. If I can, I'm trying to figure out what caused the spike the last couple of months. I think I know what it is. We'll talk about that in a little bit. All right. So as I said, one big theme for this year was war. The second theme, which has huge implications domestically, and of course is driven to a large extent by domestically, but it really is, I think, ultimately an international theme, a theme that has that is playing itself out on an international scale, particularly in Europe, but it's also interesting what's going on in Latin America. Is this the realignment of left and right? We've had, I think historically, there's been this perception of what the left and what the right are and what they represent. But I think there's been a real realignment. I think Trump was the beginning of it, but it's not just in the United States. It's really across the Western world. The right has become more statist, more populist, more xenophobic, more nationalist, and I'd say more religious. So that's the realignment on the right. You're seeing a big chunk of the right, I'd say a majority of the right now, rally around nationalism, religion, anti-immigration, which goes with the nationalism, central planning, and government control, kind of in a fascist, not socialist way of the means of certain means of production, that I think is a new alignment of a right. Also, isolationism, non-interventionism, let the world burn, and that's partially explains the reluctance of Republicans to support Ukraine right now. The left is also realigned. And in the left, I think, in many ways, the left is splintering. The right is realigned basically by dropping capitalism and by dropping what used to be called national security hawks. The right has dropped the national security hawks, and they've dropped what they used to call, Republican libertarians, the free market types. What they've embraced, again, religion, nationalism, and nationalism which incorporates anti-immigration and central planning. The left, but that's a majority. That is what the right today is. That is a majority of the right. The left, on the other hand, I think is splintering. I think the left is splintering into a minority which is in control of our cultural institutions, and the majority who tends to vote for the Democrats and tends to think of themselves as liberals in American sense, and left wing. So the left has split itself into a woke left, call it a woke left, a far left, and a liberal left. And the far left, is woke. It's CRT. It's has socialist leanings in economics. Bernie Sanders leanings in economics, although not owning the means of production. Again, more fascist than really socialist. The far left is anti-Israel, violently, vehemently anti-Israel, and is pro, the essence, much of the essence of wokeness, it's pro-identitarianism. They're racists. Now, I think this part of the left is the smaller part of the left. However, it is the left that controls the intellectual high ground. These are the intellectuals of the left. The intellectuals of the left. And as such, these are the people that kind of set the philosophical framework, the philosophical context of the left. So what you have here is they are often some kind of la-la land. Most of the Democratic Party and most of what were considered liberals reject the far left. And what you're seeing is a real split in the Democratic Party, and it's come really into light as a consequence of the war in the Middle East, the war in Gaaza. That is, the traditional leftists, many of them Jewish, the traditional leftists are pro-Israel. You see that in Biden's response. And yet the new left, the new left, given that Ayn Rand talks about the new left in the 1960s, but it's a very similar left to the 1960s left. The new left is violently anti-Israel. It hates Israel. It despises Israel. And this is just one dimension by which they have splintered. DEI, the new left, is DEI, loves DEI, thinks DEI is everything. The old left is, merit. We still believe in merit. Yeah, we need to help minorities that are really struggling, and maybe we needed to help blacks after the Civil War, after civil rights. But DEI is not sustainable. DEI is out, and DEI is discriminating against Asians and Jews, and that's not right. The old left, the new left rejects Marx, rejects the whole paradigm of Marx. They reject classes. They reject the emphasis on class. They reject the inevitability of history. They reject most of Karl Marx's epistemology, most of Karl Marx's economics. The new left is far worse than Marx. The new left makes Marx look respectable. The new left is fundamentally egalitarian. They want complete equality of outcome now. They're far more aligned with Pol Pot than they are aligned with Marx. They're far more postmodern, whereas Marx is not postmodern. And what you're seeing is a fragmentation of the left that I think will continue and will weaken the left dramatically. And here I think the best illustration of this is the fact that today in Europe, and I'm curious what the Europeans think about this, but I was thinking about this today. I've told you in the past that there's no real left in Israel. There's a very weak left, a left that really has no political power, stands for nothing. And in terms of, for example, relationship with the Arab world and relationship with the Palestinians, they have no voice. They have no significance. And even economically, socialism is out. Socialism is not embraced by really anybody on the political spectrum in Israel. I mean, a few political parties that have no political power at all. At all. And what is interesting about that is that we're starting to see the same thing in Europe. We're starting to see the same thing in Europe. We have right-wing governments now in a significant percentage of European countries. You know, Germany has nominally a left-wing government right now, but they are so low in the polls that when the election happens in a year or two, they're going to get crushed. And there will be, one way or the other, a kind of a center-right government in Germany. And indeed, it might be very difficult to form a government in Germany without the far-right, you know, semi-fascist political party in Germany. In Spain, you have a leftist government right now, but it is held together only by the leftist appeasing a bunch of small political parties who are nationalists, who want to splinter away from Spain. There's no energy behind the left in Spain. You know, the whole leftist Spanish government is, you know, survives barely. And indeed, if the right had been a little bit more strategic, they would have won the last election. Huge, massive errors that they committed towards the end of that election cycle that prevented them from winning outright. There is no left in France today. Basically, the competition is between the center, Macron or whoever replaces Macron in the center, and Le Pen and the far right. That's it. The conservatives are finished, and the left is finished in France. Basically, the movement on the rise in Europe is not woke. It's not leftist. It's not Marxist. Basically, the competition we have today. Oh God, I see we have spammers. Let's see if I can block this one second. Oops, I don't want to do that. Hide use on this channel. All right. We saw the election in the Netherlands. We're going to see more elections next year. But what this realignment, this populist, anti-immigration, anti-capitalism, anti-free market right really is on the rise. And it's on the rise in Europe. It's definitely on the rise in the United States. Whether it has any sustaining power, it's hard to tell. How much of it is linked to particular personalities and particular issues, hard to tell. But the one thing that I think is true, even of the United States, is that the appeal of the far left is in decline. Even among people on the left, the appeal of the far left is in decline. And indeed, the left as a political power in Europe is dying. It's dying. Spain might be the last election in Europe where the left wins. I mean, Scandinavia is ruled by right-wing, right-of-center governments and is only moving to the right. The battle in Europe today politically is a battle between the center, which is mostly considered center-right, and the far right. The battle politically in Europe today is between different elements of the right. There is no left. And the ridiculous, and because the right has so abandoned freedom, certainly in the economic realm, because the right has become so nationalist, religious, even places like Scandinavia, religious, because the right has become so anti-individualism, I'd say the better element today in the world is the boring center. The right embraces the mixed economy with more government intervention than the center does. Now, I don't think the center can win, certainly not long term, but the center is saner than the right. The center believes in trade. The center believes in semblance of free markets. The center believes in greater immigration, not restricting immigration, and legal and illegal. The center rejects religion, is for the separation of state from religion. The center, the boring center, who I've always condemned, is now much more appealing than the right, because the right has gone in a statist, collectivistic direction. And that's true in Europe, it's true in the United States. It's true in the United States. All right, quickly on the US, I think 2013, the number one story politically in 2013 is the dominance of Trump over the Republican Party. It's just, I think a lot of people entering 2013 were hopeful. I know Scott was hopeful DeSantis would beat Trump. Other people were hopeful that anybody would beat Trump. There was real hope that Trump would fade. Some people thought that all the indictment against Trump would actually have an effect on his popularity. It had an effect. It seems to have made him more popular among Republicans. But basically, Trump has, right now, complete control over the Republican Party. There is nobody who is challenging him. There's nothing, there's no conceivable way, it seems right now, that Trump can lose this election. So I think the big story of 2023 is, in spite of 4 indictments, criminal indictments, Trump is dominating the Republican Party, in spite of the fact that he says ridiculous, absurd, crazy, nutty, insane things. He still is the by far, not even by a little margin, but by a massive margin, the preferred candidate of the Republican Party. I think that's the most important political story. I think the other big political story is that Biden doesn't exist, that Biden is a non-entity, that Biden is not there. Biden was old 3 years ago. He's super old now. His mind is not there. I don't think he can beat Trump. If I had to bet right now, if it's going to be Biden versus Trump, I think Trump wins, which does not make me happy to say. But I think that's the reality. I think the war and the Biden administration response to the war in Israel has weakened Biden. I think that a lot of Arabs will not vote for him. A lot of American Arabs, a lot of Jews will not vote for him because they associate him now with the far left. They see how hateful the far left is, not only of Israel, but how anti-Semitic the far left is. And do the Jews want to be in the same political party as all these anti-Semites? They don't want to be in Trump's party, but do they want to be in the left? They want to be with the left. So many of them might not vote, which will help Trump in a few states like Georgia, maybe Arizona. Europe will continue its march to the right. The only part of the world, this is interesting, the only part of the world, I'm losing my voice, so The only part of the world where the left is strong, the only part of the world where the left dominates politics is South America. From Mexico all the way down to Brazil and even Chile, the left now is the dominant player in Latin America. Now, this is the thing, though, that it's starting maybe to turn. And this is, I think, the importance of Milei winning. Chile maybe is the most interesting of these, right? Chile was free market, not right in the conventional sense, free market. They lost. The socialists came to power and also committed to writing constitution, new constitution, replacing the constitution. They did that. They proposed a leftist constitution. The people rejected it by a big margin. So they came back and they proposed what you'd call the new right, conservative, again, kind of nationalist, conservative, religious constitution. The people rejected that, and Chile's left with the free market constitution it always had. So maybe Chile is telling us something about the direction of Latin America. Maybe Latin America is ready to reject the left, but also to reject the nationalist right, as reflected in Bolsonaro and in the constitution in Chile they just turned down. And maybe Milei's victory is a third way. Because Milei is clearly a rejection of the conventional conservatives. You ran against them, beat them. It's a rejection of nationalism. It's a rejection of tariffs. It's a rejection of all of the right's agenda. He's not libertarian right at all. He's supportive of Israel. The libertarian right hates Israel. He's a massive supporter of Ukraine. The libertarian right hates Ukraine. He's a supporter of immigration. The libertarian right hates immigration. He's a supporter of free trade, lowering tariffs to zero. The libertarian right hates that. So no, he's not libertarian right. He's libertarian. He's anti-abortion. On one issue, you've got him. One issue. It's an important issue, granted. But even there, he hasn't said he'd impose it. He said he'd take it to referendum. He's fundamentally individualistic. He's fundamentally identified individualism as the core. The libertarian right rejects that. It maybe talks that, but that in policy, in action, it rejects it. Fundamentally, Milei is a free market guy. He's neither right nor left. He rejects both right and left. That's what makes him so interesting. That's what makes him so good. People have asked, Yaron, but you don't like libertarians. And I don't. And I still worry about how this plays out. But this guy's smart. And if he knows one thing, he knows his economics. And he's a free market guy. Is he going to bring about anarchy to Argentina? No. He likes Rothbard. I know he likes Rothbard. Everybody has his flaws. And Rothbard, if you just study his economics, he's good. He was a good student of Mises. He gets it. His economics are not ridiculous. His politics, his morality, his ethics, his philosophy is where I disagree with Rothbard, not on the pure economics. Some of the economics I disagree with as well. His opposite fractional reserve banking, stuff like that. But Milei shows no indication that he agrees with the wacky stuff from Rothbard. Now, maybe he does. I don't know him well enough. We'll find out more on Thursday when I have a economist from Argentina on the show to discuss Milei. But I think there is real hope here because of his focus on what's important. Individualism versus collectivism, and in particular how it's an application to economic liberty. He is well qualified to do this. He knows economics. I mean, God, I don't know if you guys have seen his videos where it's Milei explains, and where he explains why free trade is good. Right? Chuck Leaf says, Rothbard rules, Mises University, an only place to go. And yet here you are, Chuck. Here you are on a show which despises Mises University, Mises Institute, not Mises himself, who I think is the greatest economist ever, and despises Rothbard. And here you are, wasting your time. It's pretty bizarre, given that they rule. So I think Milei politically is the only kind of positive thing going on in the world right now. I think it's exciting. I think it's interesting. It could be that other South American countries pay attention, and maybe. Now, Milei is a unique character, and he gained a massive following by being an outspoken kind of crazy man on media, and whether any other country can find somebody like that, right? Somebody of that who can pull that off, I don't know. But everybody, you got to believe there are a bunch of you got to believe that there are a bunch of libertarians watching. And you got to believe that a bunch of libertarians are making plans in other countries around Latin America to take note of what Milei does. And of course, if he's successful, who knows how Latin America evolves and moves. Remember, Latin America is unique in that it's already tried the populist right. It's already tried the far left. It's done Marxism, it's done fascism, it's done them all. And they've all failed, as we all know they have to. This liberty thing, they haven't done that in well over 100 years. Maybe they should try that. Maybe it's an opportunity. Milei might be, we'll see, might be setting a new path for Latin America. Let's hope. I think that's the real positive. All right, 2 other political topics, and then we'll go on from there. We'll take a break and do some super chats, and then we'll go on to economy and technology. The 2 are anti-Semitism, which is as a consequence of the war, which is a truly striking and truly stunning of a phenomena. The extent of anti-Semitism on the left shouldn't really be surprising, but I think it surprised a lot of people, particularly liberal Jews. That is going to realign the left. That is going to, part of the things that is going to cause the left to realign is this anti-Semitism. And of course, the other trend is this migration on the southern border, the so-called migration crisis, which is going to give power to the right. And of course, so anti-Semitism on the left is splintering the left. Migration is going to increase the appeal of the right. And but there's the counterbalance to that in terms of the appeal of the left is abortion, which obviously a significant majority of this country supports, which is a backlash against the right. How all that plays out is going to be fascinating in this coming election year. So 2024 is going to be a fascinating year. If the Democrats had any sense, they would drop Biden and bring in somebody to replace him, somebody younger, somebody more dynamic, somebody who could talk about abortion, somebody who could be tough on migration, who could say some tough stuff on migration whether they meant it or not, somebody who could smooth over make enough of the liberal left believe that the anti-Semitism is a fluke, it's not real, to get them to come back to the Democratic Party. They need to dump Biden. If they don't dump Biden, then I think that, and nothing happens in terms of Trump, then Trump becomes president. Now, there is a chance that Trump drops out because of all these legal cases, but I just don't see it given the overwhelming majority he has within the Republican Party. And I think he wins. I just don't see how he loses, given how unpopular Biden is and given how good Trump is on playing on American fears. The only thing that can save Biden is a unbelievably robust economy next year. So if the economy is really doing well by every dimension, including wages, then maybe Biden is saved. But that's the only thing that can save Biden. Nothing else can save him. He's basically, I can't see how he can beat Trump without a massively robust economy. All right, remind everybody, if we reach 500 likes, then Adam has said he will contribute $1,000. That'll go a long way to getting us to our goal. 500 likes. So we've got 199 people. We keep floating with 200 people watching the show. That should provide, plenty of people. So we've got over 500 people watching the show going in and out. If all I'm asking is you do something really, really simple, and that is click that like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It's really easy. It helps with the algorithm. It doesn't affect your status on YouTube. They won't hate you for it. If you click the like button, we can push this number up. Maybe we can make 500. That would be amazing. But basically, every time you click on that, you're increasing the odds that we get $1,000 later in the show. So please consider doing that. Adam has repeated that challenge. Also, you've probably noticed we have a very ambitious Super Chat challenge for this show, the biggest we've ever had, although this is a number we made last year, which is $12,000. We're at $5,000 right now. We're a few dollars short of $5,000. So we're on track, believe it or not. If in the next 13 minutes we can do another 1,000, we'll definitely be on track. We should be hopefully at 6,000, halfway at 3:30 my time, 2:30 East Coast time. That'll be for a 3-hour show. That'll be halfway, and it'll be half the dollars raised. So we generally on track, and if need be, I will go 4 hours to get to the goal. But we do need $1,000 in the next 12 minutes to keep on track. If anybody planning to do a $500 Super Chat, now's a great time to do it. Maybe we can get 2 and we can get to the halfway mark. All right, let's see. We got a bunch of 50s. Let me see if there's any hundreds or above. There's 100. All right, let's do Dave. Dave said, it baffles me that we have all the information available online to learn anything for free. But you have to pay $30,000 a year to hear some professor. $30,000 a year sounds cheap. A year to hear some professor explain everything so poorly that you end up learning it all from Yaron Brook Show anyway. Happy New Year, brother. Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting close to a real revolution in education, and this is part of the theme of technology. I do think that with artificial intelligence, you'll get not only the ability to take a course online, but you'll also have the ability to have a tutor. A lot of the AI startups are focusing on developing artificial intelligence tutors for individuals. So you would have your individual tutor helping you figure out what you know, what you don't know, and helping you navigate the material. Because one of the advantages of having a professor in a classroom live is you can ask questions and you can help navigate it through. Well, an AI will have that ability, at least for certain subjects and certain topics. And generally, I think technology is going to change the dynamics of all of that. But yes, you can learn a lot of things today online. Certainly a lot of the technical skills can be learned online quite easily. And then, of course, yes, you can come to Yaron Brook Show and learn a lot about the state of the world and what's happening in the world right here for, basically for free, although some of you generously contribute to the show and help make the show happen and make the show run. So really, really appreciate that. Don't forget, like the show. We need to get to 500 likes. We're at 189. I think my thing lags, so maybe we're at more than 189. Are we at, anybody out there know how many likes we have? Maybe you guys have it a better. All right, a better number. All right, thank you, Dave. Thanks for all the support during the year. Really, really appreciate it. It was good to see you earlier this year in New York. Donna, this is the stickers. You can do a sticker. You don't have to ask a question. As some of you know, I'm sick, so I don't have a voice. It's any minute it could go. Rob said there are 203 likes. That's terrific. We're almost halfway to the 500. We need to make 500 likes. You know, go sign up and get new accounts and come on over and like the show so that we can get that number up. All right, let's see. Shrugs, $50. Thank you, Shrugs. That's amazing. Thank you. Donna, thank you. Equal to Reality, thank you. Friend Casey, thank you. Let's see, who else did a sticker who I haven't thanked yet? I'm trying to thank everybody today. Daniel, thank you, as I do try every show. Dennis, thank you. All right, I think Ron, thank you. And Apollo Zeus, I think that is all the stickers. Okay, let's do more of the super chats. So we've got 800, basically $900 to go in 8 minutes. I don't know, that's going to be tough. $800 in 8 minutes, $900 in 8 minutes. That's going to be quite an achievement. All right, to keep on track, of course. This is a lumpy process. It doesn't always happen. Let's see, Jacob, $100. Thank you, Jacob. I'm going to become a global technology owner of an innovative machine in manufacturing. I've realized this type of engineering is my passion. That's great. Any recommendations on how to become the best in the world? I was going to state this to my boss and ask for their help. You know, it's hard for me to tell you how to become the best in the world without really knowing what it is that you do. But figure out who the best in the world is today. Try to find the best people in this doing what you're doing in the world and learn from them. Try to meet them. Try to get their books. Try to whatever it is. Get exposed to them. Find ways to get their knowledge, to figure out what is going on that makes them as good as they are, right? Invest in that. Really devote yourself to figuring out who the best people are and what they do to be the best. And then emulate them. Learn from them. You know, generally find all the people who are great, maybe not the best, but great at what you do. And with each one of them, figure out, okay, what makes them great? Certainly ask your bosses, ask your coworkers, ask people in the industry. Try to figure out who's great. So learn. And then, you know, apply and try to figure out what's your comparative advantage. What is it going to take for you to be better than the best? And remember, it's not a competition. It's not about being better than other people. At the end of the day, what's important is to be the best that you can be. To really maximize your capabilities. To really be the best that you can be at this. And if that makes you the best in the world, great. But if that only makes you third best, that's fine too. You're being the best that you can be. And that should always be a focus. It's not about competition. It's about being productive. It's about using your mind as effectively and as productively as possible. Be the best that you can be. Focus on that. All right, let's see. Any other hundreds? Oh, Skylar. Skylar Saunders. $500. Thank you, Skylar. When you professed, that is, was a professor, how often did you discuss the state of Delaware's friendly business atmosphere and the reality of its credit card capital of the world, chemical capital of the world, the corporate capital of the world, that also features over half of the Fortune 500 companies, also incorporated in Delaware? I did discuss it on occasion, and primarily, I actually did a whole research project around it because my PhD dissertation was on an issue related to corporate liability and related to the whole issue of Delaware. Delaware basically has the most the most business-friendly courts that are generally friendly to management. Not necessarily best to shareholders, but the most friendly to management. And that's why corporations incorporate there, because they know that in the courts in Delaware, they'll be treated well. So, a big reason why Delaware is what it is because of its court system. It has a bunch of state laws, even though it's a tiny little state, has a bunch of state laws that are very business friendly, which is not necessarily capitalism friendly, but they're all very business friendly. And in that sense, Delaware is the best state in the union for that. All right, Walter for 100 says Happy New Year. Thank you, Walter. Really appreciate it. Tony for 200. Let me just see something. 1 second. Yeah, I lost the thread. Okay, Tony for 200. Thank you, Tony. $200. That's incredible. Thank you. A great show. Happy 2024. Yes, all looking forward to 2024. Really appreciate it, Tony. And let's see. Gene for $100. The wife and I loved all your movie and show recommendations this year. Here's a Scarlet Super Chat for the Scarlet Pimpernel. Thank you. Love the Scarlet Pimpernel. Here's a movie recommendation. If you like the Scarlet Pimpernel, see if you can find, it's not easy to find, but see if you can find the Scarlet, not the Scarlet Pimpernel, Pimpernel Smith. Pimpernel Smith is the same story as the Scarlet Pimpernel, set in World War II, and it is fantastic. It is directed by Leslie Howard, the lead actor in Scarlet Pimpernel and in Pimpernel Smith. Leslie Howard was killed over Europe in a plane. He was in military intelligence during World War II, but he was a phenomenal actor. Pimpernel Smith, he directed and acted in it. And it is a wonderful movie, if you can find it. Very, very difficult to find. James Taylor, $400. Thank you, James. And by the way, we just crossed $6,000, which basically means we're halfway to the goal, and exactly at the hour-and-a-half mark. We're halfway to the goal at the hour-and-a-half mark. I don't know if there's still enough super chatters out there with deep pockets to make it possible for us to get to the goal. I hope so. But we are keeping track, so we are halfway there. 6,121. So you guys keep coming in. This is great. James says, when reading The Fountainhead, I saw myself in Peter Keating. Not when it comes to politics. I was always first-handed there. But when it comes to my status and reputation in terms of career, what kind of car I drove, etc., I haven't been able to figure out why I was first-handed in certain ways and thinking and not in others. You know, it's hard to tell why, but there were a lot of, I think it's not surprising, right? It's not surprising. The fact that you're here suggests that you were first-handed in some ways, and the first-handedness was in some way in the background always, and was something that, when given the chance, you embraced. So, look, we are all, particularly when we grow up, we compartmentalize to some extent. We have things that we might be more interested in and more focused on, and in those we might be more first-handed. We accept in other realms of our life, we can just cruise, and it's no big deal. And I think that that's just, given the mixed world in which we live, given the way we're raised, given the signals we get from the world outside, so much of the world out there is sending us the constant signal of conforming or measuring yourself against others. I mean, the question before even was, how can I be the best in the world at something, which again sets you up as the best versus other people versus the best that you can be, which is what you should always be focused on. Doing the best that you can. You might not, and most of us are not going to be the best in the world at something. There just can't be that many best in the world of. And in a rational society, very, very few people will be the best in the world. But in a rational society, a lot of people will be the best that they can be. And as a consequence, they will achieve happiness. They will achieve self-fulfillment. They will achieve flourishing. And that's what we should strive towards. And that kind of first-handedness in a culture that doesn't really value that is hard to attain by yourself. All right, let's see. I'm just checking the $100 ones, and then we'll go back to the 50s. We've got Art Lens Design, who says, thank you for the awesome show. Happy 2024. Thank you, Art Lens Design. $100, that's amazing. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Troy, who's an amazing supporter, clearly one of the largest supporters of the show, and consistent and always there. Really, really appreciate this, Troy. Troy, to a large extent, really got us into the show sponsorships, which he was, I think it was the first one to sponsor shows back in 2020 or 2021. But thank you, Troy. He says, Happy New Year to all the Yaronimos. All right, so that's 500 Australian dollars that we chip away. We keep chipping away. Thanks, guys. Shazbot, $500. I think it was Shazbot that got us over the 6,000. Please review the movie, oh God, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Thanks. Sorry if my movie requests are less than ideal sometimes, but at least I don't ask you to watch Pink Flamingos. Happy New Year. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Shazbot. I can't remember the movie. I know I've seen it. I know I didn't like it, but I will watch it again. Maybe I'll like it this time. So I will watch it. Really appreciate all the support, all the reviews you've inspired. Yes, again, one of the most significant supporters of the Yaron Brook Show over the last few years. Let's see. It's time to remind everybody that if we get to 500 likes, Adam is going to contribute $1,000 to the show and help us get to our target, right? We're going to need help. So it would really be great if we got it. And the beauty of the likes is it doesn't cost you anything. It just costs Adam, right? So every like you make is potentially $2 that comes from Adam. Let's get to 500 likes. We're at, I don't know what we're at because mine is not refreshing. Maybe you guys can let me know where the likes are at this point. I just refreshed. We're 225. So, we're less than halfway, and we've got 200 people watching. And I know that a lot of people left and coming in, left and coming. So we've had easily 500 people watching the show so far. So just if everybody, when they come in or before they leave, just presses that like. I don't want to bug you constantly about it. But that will make it possible for us to really make our numbers. Is if we get that like. For every like that you do, if we get to 500, $2. So 500 is $1,000, which would be enormous in getting us to our ridiculously crazy goal of $12,000 for this show. So we'll see. We'll see if we've got another $6,000 in you guys. If there's enough, enough excitement, enough energy, and enough deep pockets out there to make that happen. We will see. All right, 213 watching right now. As I said, don't forget to like the show as you come in and out. It will be. We need to get those likes up to 500. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps with the algorithm. So it helps with the algorithm. It helps with the dollars. So please make sure if you're listening right now, Just make sure you like the show, and if you haven't, just click that button. It's easy. All right, Ian says, $50. Thank you, Ian. With the disappearance of ZIRP in 2023, companies are focusing on being profitable instead of just growing. Do you think this will be a positive force in 2024, or will it disappear as interest rates come back down? Look, I think even if interest rates come back down, I hope they don't go back down to zero. I hope that interest rates start mimicking rational levels, or start mimicking market levels. And, that would be, and then if interest rates are reflecting a real rate of interest, which is somewhat approximating some kind of supply and demand for money, for loanable funds, then I think you will get companies being more rational in the way they deploy capital in order to maximize profitability, not just growth. In a 0% interest rate environment is massively distortive. Inflation is massively distortive. Can we get away from both of those is going to be the challenge that we face next year and into 2025. Thank you, Ian. Daryl just came in with $200. Thank you, Daryl. And it's his first super chat. Really appreciate that. That's a kind of an honor for me to get support from Daryl. That's great. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl Wright, philosopher. That is great. That gets us just a little bit closer to where we need to be. Let's see. All right, to keep on track, we need about $1,500 in the next 20 minutes. $1,500 in the next 20 minutes. Friend Casey just did another $20. Thank you, friend Casey. She's come in a few times. Chris, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Colleen. Colin, not Colleen, Colin. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, Shrugs. I think I've already done Shrugs, so we're caught up. All right. Let's go to, God RD, 50 Canadian dollars. Canadian dollars not as worth as much as it used to be. Hey, Yaron, I've been watching your shows now for a little while, and this is my first super chat. Congratulations and thank you. I'm a young man, and I really appreciate the value I see from your show. Thank you, and keep it up. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I look at the demographics of this show, which is interesting. Not a lot of very young people. It's the majority of people, a significant majority of people that listen to this show are in the 25 to 45 age range. That is the sweet spot for the Yaron Brook Show. And that's why I think we can do so well in the Super Chat, is because those are good earning years for everybody. It's where people are actually earning money and establishing themselves. So, thank you. Anonymous says he's 26. I'm curious, how old are you guys who are on the chat right now? It'd be interesting to see if you're willing to share your age. Some people are not. How old are you? Frank is way more than 45. Yes, I know, Frank, but I do have a solid listenership. Yeah, you see 41, 33, 25, 46, 32, 52, 32, 28, 22. 22 is young for the Yaron Brook Show. 26, 67, 31, 23, 37, 29, 41, 30, 41, 61, 78, 70, all right? 36, 62. I didn't notice this. Last year's Year of End show had a disproportionate number of people above 60. And that's because it's a fundraising show, and you guys tend to have more money, so you tend to come to fundraising shows. It's just for whatever, 70, 74, 36, 62, 47, 19, 26, 68, 58, 21, 63, 26, 70, 46, 25. Robert says he's very old, about my age. 41, 33, 40, 41, 174, Apollo's 174, 38, 36, 27. Yeah, I mean, this is consistent. I was born in 1961, and that makes me 62 years old, 62. I wonder what you would have guessed if you didn't know that, if Frank hadn't let you know. Sam is 25. Yeah, I mean, that's the sweet spot. Raphael is 34. And then we got 67, 55, 45, 32, mid-40s, 40, 37, 56, 57. Yeah, I mean, it's as I said, 25 to 45 is 60%. And then you get, 45 to 55, 55 to 65, 65 and above, you get slightly declining percentages as we get older. But the 18 to 25 is a relatively, it's about the same as 45 to 55. But both of those are significantly smaller than the two middle-aged groups, right? Not middle-aged. Young, 25 to 45 is young. I'm middle-aged. All right. So, Godadi, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Hamad, looking back at this year, advancements in AI is mind-blowing. I replaced most of my searches on the internet with Perplexity. Oh, I need to look for that. I don't have Perplexity. You'll find it exciting. The app creator is an effective accelerator as well. Yeah, I'm going to do a show on effective acceleration soon. I'm copying the name Perplexity because I never remember that. The app. I'll look for that. Thank you, Hamad. I'm going to talk about AI in a few minutes whenever I get through some of these super chats and get back to the themes for the year. Obviously, AI is a huge theme. All right. Let's see. Andre, the best movie I've seen this year is Roman Holiday. It's sad that Princess Anne sacrificed her happiness for her nation or her duty, whatever it means, but it's a great movie. It is a great movie, and she's beautiful and gorgeous, and that era of movie making is an amazing era of movie making, and there's so many great movies back there. But yes, the best movie Andre watched in 2023 was a movie made in, I don't know, 1950 something? Roman Holiday? I'm not sure. Thank you, Andre. Really appreciate it. I assume you're talking about the old movie and not some new movie called Roman Holiday. All right. Let's see. WCZN. Thanks for everything. Happy New Year, everyone. Keep building. That's 50 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Friend Casey with 50 Canadian dollars. Yaron, you save me hours in news reviews and keep me updated on what matters. I want a reference for entrepreneurs and freelancers. What American sources for tax law should I research and invest in? Would you author a tax book? No, I'm not writing a tax book. No. I don't know tax law. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know who would be the best authors for that. It's super complex. It's super difficult. Distorted, perverted, absurd, ridiculous, and frustrating as hell tax law is. I don't have any incentive or motivation to devote time to figuring it out in order to write about it or in order to understand it. That's why I hire high-priced accountants to do that for me. I just don't want to know. It's just too distorted and perverted. Gail said, Happy New Year, Yaron. Handsome shirt. Thank you. I agree. Struggling dictatorship economies along with West weakness is scary. I really got sick when I heard Trump called Milei to congratulate him. Be well. Yeah, I mean, Milei is the anti-Trump. Really, very much anti-Trump. I'll be right back. I got another hot tea. That feels good. All right. This is keeping my voice going. So, all right. Let's see. Dan, let's see how we're doing. All right. We're falling a little behind, guys. So, we've got 15 minutes to do 15 minutes to do, I can't do the math, 1,250 or maybe 1,200 with Ian just came in. So $1,200 in 15 minutes. We've done it before on this show today, but we need to do it again. So $1,200 in the next 15 minutes so we can keep on track to getting to the $12,000 with $6,800 so far. All right, Dan says, Ukraine has declared Philip Morris a corporate enemy for not divesting from Russia. I really like PM stock, Philip Morris stock. I hate to sell it. What do you think about donating a quarter of my profits to them instead? If I were Ukraine, I would prefer the few dollars. Yes, I mean, you don't help Ukraine by selling your stock in Philip Morris, and if Philip Morris is making you money, then donating some money to Ukraine to offset the fact that you continue to sanction Philip Morris, I think is fine. Look, we live in a world in which to expect our corporations to be paragons of morality in a world in which nobody understands morality and our politicians are so crummy and our philosophers are so crummy and our business schools are so crummy. You couldn't invest in any company, if you went by that. If you went by, the kind of behavior in terms of where they do business and the kind of behavior that the corporate leaders engage in. So I think making a small contribution to Ukraine is good compensation. Andrew says, Happy New Year, Yaron. When Rand was asked what her purpose was in living, she highlighted constantly expanding her knowledge. That's a main reason I listen to YBS. It expands my mind. Aside from politics, here's to great 2024. Thank you, Andrew. And I have to say, that's a large extent why I do YBS, because I view doing YBS as mind expanding, right? I mean, to me, preparing the shows, thinking about issues, reading books, reading books with the idea of talking about them with you guys, having you guys challenge me and stimulate me with the questions that you ask, all of those are ways in which, all of those are ways in which I expand my knowledge constantly. So I view doing the show as my way to constantly stay on top of the knowledge game, if you will, stay on top of this idea of a huge priority to know more, to expand one's knowledge, to grow intellectually, And as an intellectual, what could be more important than growing intellectually? So thank you, Andrew. And it's people like you who ask a lot of questions, and often the questions a little bit kind of from a different perspective than I think of things, right? You bring maybe a psychological element or other perspectives that really help me grow intellectually, because they force me to think about things I wouldn't think of otherwise. So thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the support, and thank you for all the questions and helping me grow intellectually. Sam C says, Happy New Year, 500 SEK, Swedish krona. They're the Swedes. All right, thank you, Sam. Jordan, hi, Yaron. How can one cultivate the mindset for ambitious life goals while also enjoying life? Sorry, I mean, your whole problem is right there in the formulation of the question. I don't want my achievement to feel austere or come at the expense of personal happiness. Thank you. Happy New Year. Well, that's the point. It can't and it shouldn't. And if it is, then you don't have the right life goals. That is, you've got to have ambitious life goals that involve enjoying life. That is, the life goals should be in support of the life, and then it's easy to be ambitious around them, because it's ambition around joy, it's ambition around growing as a human being and being happy and being more successful. You've got to enjoy the ride, you've got to enjoy the process, you've got to enjoy achieving the goals, but also the getting there. And The problem is, if you've got a mindset that says life goes over here, joy over here, I have to give up some joy to achieve my life goals. How can I be ambitious around that? But what you want to do is align them so that your ambitious goals, to the extent that they're ambitious, make your life more enjoyable. How do you do that? You find values, you find goals that are meaningful to you, that you care about. You take on a long-term perspective. Joy is not just in the moment, it's over time. But if you've got the right goals consistent with your values, then they should bring you joy. And being ambitious around them should bring you the most joy. I can't think of how you achieve personal happiness without having ambitious life goals. It's the only way to achieve personal happiness is through ambitious life goals. So ambition and happiness, ambition and joy should be united. Oi, here, oops, what did I do? Chiri from the Czech Republic. YBS is my daily dose. Keep up the great work, Yaron. I wish there was an index of all the YBS historical episodes, searchable by topic keyboard, including minute locations. Is there one? There is a listener to the show who was working on one at some point. I think he gave up on the project, but he was working on one at some point. If you contact me, Jerry, independently, I'll try to put you together with him. Maybe you guys can figure out how to make that index a reality. But it should be easier now, because you know what? We should be able to train. Here's what we should do, really. We should be able to train an AI to listen in quotes, to all of the Yaron Brook shows ever done, including my lectures, including everything I have online, and then index it all. I think AI could do it. I think it would be a pretty good index. It wouldn't be perfect. There'd be mistakes. There'd be problems. So if anybody out there knows enough about AI that they think they can make that happen, then let me know. I'm using AI right now to create short videos. So Christian, who creates the short videos, is right now using an AI tool to create the 1-minute videos. That's why we've got so many new 1-minute videos going up every day. It's because it takes almost no time for Christian to make them, because the AI is making all the editing choices, when to start, when to end, and giving it a title. So there has to be a way to use AI like that to index all the shows. All right, Jiri, thank you. Jiri, thank you. Alex, my favorite 2023 shows. Clarkson's Farm, very funny. I've never heard of that. Shows Regulations, Horrors. Good Omens and Slow Horses, great satire on fundamental stupidity. I like Slow Horses. The Foundation, spectacular visuals and real heroes, staged funny examinations of friendship. Foundation I find frustrating because it's too borderline mystical. That is, there's too much arbitrariness to it. There's too much, the closest thing is mysticism in it, right? All right, we have 6 minutes to get $600. So we need $100 a minute in the next 6 minutes. Can we do it? Can we make it to $8,000 before 3 p.m. East Coast time? Is that possible? That will keep us, again, on track. On track means $2,000 every half hour. We're very close. So $600, $634, $24 in the next 5 minutes now. 5 minutes. We'll see. So I copied over because I'll check some of these out. I really like Slow Horses. It's enjoyable. It's quirky. And yeah, it's got heroes. It's got heroes in it. Oh, Jeff Ritpath. Wow. Jeff, first time Super Chat contributor. This is John Ritpath's son. I didn't know you listened to the show. I am honored. Thank you. I haven't seen Jeff, God, decades, years and years. Jeff says, "Happy New Year, Yaron. I've been a lurker for far too long, and wanted to let you know I am out there, and deeply appreciate what you're doing. Your passion, benevolence, and sense of life are an inspiration that often remind me of my father." I'm often reminded of your father, Jeff. I mean, we so miss him. We miss exactly those. I mean, we miss his intelligence and just him as a human being. But that passion and benevolence he brought to the movement, and he brought to our conferences, and he brought to everything he touched. And yes, that is something it's hard to replicate, and there are not a lot of people out there who can do it. So thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate it. And thank you for the compliment. That is that's really means a lot to me. Thank you. All right, we got some amazing first-time contributions here from people I didn't even know listened to the show. So this is amazing. Paul says, "Happy New Year, YBS." Thanks, Paul. $50. James, $50. 36-year-old, I found your show with a Vosh debate. I used to think he was funny. Now I just see him as anti-Semitic cyber bully. I've kept away from leftist YouTubers since October 7th, and I feel relieved and free like when I rejected Christianity. That's fantastic, James. Welcome. It's great to be picking people off of Vosh. I mean, that is amazing. I realize that one of the things I need to do in 2024, one of my kind of focuses on 2024 is going to be to try to do more debates like that, because I brought a lot of people to the show, and I think ultimately to objectivism, by doing debates and putting them up online. I was looking through what brought the most subscribers, and one of the things that definitely brought the most subscribers is debates. And I've debated dozens and dozens of leftists over the years. Well, probably not dozens and dozens. Let me say, I've done dozens and dozens of debates with leftists over the years. I need to do more of them. And maybe do them online. Just do them online and not do them in person. But yeah, it's. Thank you. I wish I could debate Sam Harris. Sam won't debate me. Jacob says, "Thank you for the great content. Agree with 99.9%, but frustrated with your lack of skepticism, real child vaccination, COVID. Government-funded liability unit, no profit motive. The perverse incentive is in your face, especially with regard to pharma fraud." I don't think Vioxx was pharma fraud. Vioxx pharma fraud, God. Vioxx was an amazing drug, and its class of drugs is still used in other countries, and it's a frigging disgrace that Vioxx was taken off the market by the FDA. I don't think OxyContin is a fraud. I have a completely different perspective on the whole so-called OxyContin issue. But no, I'm a huge fan of pharma, and I'm a huge fan of the vaccine, and I've looked at the data. I've analyzed the data. There's no problem with the data. I'm not a huge fan of child vaccination v. COVID, but I'm a huge fan of child vaccination generally. It's unequivocal. The data there's just no question of its benefit. As somebody who had every single frigging childhood disease, I'm so glad that my children did not have it, did not have those diseases. It made their life so much easier and my life so much easier. I hated being sick with those childhood diseases, mumps and chickenpox and all of those. So I'm a huge fan of vaccines. But I'm glad we agree on 99.9%, and I very much appreciate the support. And I very much appreciate the fact that even though we disagree about pharma and vax, you still listen to the show and you still support the show and you're still on board. So many people take one issue and they disagree with you on it and they just disappear. And they won't listen to you. They won't have anything to do with you. They hate your guts. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to engage in spite of our disagreements. All right, guys, we made it. We made the goal for the third half hour. So for the fourth half hour. So we're right on track. We're right on track to make it to 12,000. We're at 8,000 now. Right on the button at 4 o'clock. So thank you. Wow, you guys are amazing, 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 amazing. Let's see if these last $4,000 are going to be difficult, easy. Now, it does turn out that if we get 500 likes on the show, which shouldn't be that hard. Like if everybody listening at every point in time likes the show, which costs you nothing, and you can do on your phone, you can do on your computer, wherever you're, just press that like button. And if we get to 500, then we've, Adam Campbell has said he will contribute $1,000. So we immediately make it an extra $1,000, which will help us get to the target, make it much easier. We have 261 likes right now, but again, it's really simple for you guys. So please just click that like button and get us going. Let's make it. All right. Again, every like gets $2. Ian says, there is a network of objectivist-oriented therapists. Is there a network? I find many therapists are fundamentally altruistic, piecing out the good advice. I don't know, Ian, but I think that's a good question for Gina Gorlin, who is a therapist. But Gina will also say, there's some good therapists out there, and she might have some advice in terms of how to find one and how to look. I think she's big on cognitive behavioral therapy, so you might want to look there. But Gina would know. I just don't know, and as far as I know, there's no network. There are quite a few objectivist therapists out there. It's just a matter of finding them. But Gina would be your entry point, just because she's on the show and we all know her. Mark, thank you, Mark. 140 Canadian dollars. Happy New Year, Yaron, and thanks for the indispensable commentary. Your sanity is reassuring in an often insane world. I think I'm still sane. I think that's true. I sometimes wonder, given how insane the world is and everything that's going on around us, I think I've still maintained my sanity. Ooh, I skipped a $50. I skipped some stuff here. How did I skip this stuff? All right, let me go backwards a little bit. Len, 280 Canadian dollars. Profile or better interview Guillaume Vedon, a French Canadian who abandoned the golden chandeliers of quantum computing for emergent properties of thermodynamics. That is capitalism, as per OPA and in his computing startup. I have no idea what that means, lad. I'm gonna copy because I'm gonna check out this guy you mentioned, but I have no idea what you just said. I just don't understand it. Granted, I don't know a lot of physics. Emergent properties of thermodynamics. I don't know. All right. Let's see. KFAX, $50. Thank you, KFAX. Happy New Year, despite the many bad things going on in the world. Yep, we're fighting them. We're holding up there. We got to keep fighting. We're not gonna give in to all the bad things that are happening in the world. Oyvind, 600 Norwegian kroner. Thank you, Oyvind. Godzilla -1. Every show, he gives me a hard time about going to watch Godzilla -1. Godzilla -1 is movie of the year, and I think I appreciate it more coming from an objectivist perspective. I'm sure you do. This has to do with the human side of the story and its development. Happy New Year. All thanks for doing you, Yaron, to a great 2024. Thank you, Ovid, and I will be watching that movie because of you and my son, who basically, are really, really pushing me to watch it. So I will watch it. I promise. Micah says, are there no principles keeping us from collapsing? We're only functioning out of pragmatism. Enough people like their wealth and technology enough not to vote in any way, not to vote at all the way. There are no principles as to why civilization should perpetuate scary. I think among the intellectuals, the intellectual quest, there are no principles. I think there are a lot of people who like their freedom, who like their liberty. Not just the wealth, but also their freedom and liberty per se. So I definitely think that it's. I don't underestimate the fact that common people are indeed. Common people do hold some principles. Don't tread on me still is out there to some extent. The idea that I should be free, that I should be able to make my own decisions is out there to some extent. But among the intellectuals, and what you don't have, certainly you don't have, is consistent principles. But to a large extent, what's holding up civilization is inertia and just, yeah, I mean, people's, in a narrow sense, in a not very consistent philosophical sense, them valuing their own freedom, they're valuing their own liberty, they're valuing their own wealth. And a new iPhone every year. And they don't want to give that up. Dave says, $400. Can you review the 2006 Scorsese film, The Departed? All right, copy pasting it. I've got a lot of movie reviews now. I saw The Departed. It's about the gangster in Boston, right? It's about the cop that goes undercover in Boston. Yeah, I'll be reviewing that. EACC. We'll be talking about EACC and one of the future Tuesdays coming up. Matthew, Happy New Year. More art shows in 2024. I will try. Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Lewis, $100. What would America look like today if she was objectivist since 1776? Oh, wow. I mean, that's science fiction territory. It really is. It would be. It's hard really to project. You'd have to be a science fiction writer. We'd be far more advanced technologically. We'd be a gazillion times richer. People would be happier. The whole world would be happier, richer, freer. We'd so much freer. The world, not just America. I mean, we'd be living in a world that I don't think we can even imagine today, because we'd be so much further advanced. I think we'd be living way into our hundreds. I think we'd be doubling life expectancy, at least, at this point. So 160, 150, I don't know, but well, not just dragging it out, but well. That I think that's the in every dimension of material, but then think of the arts being created in America. It's just unimaginable. I can't even do it. 250 years of an objectivist country, hard to believe. I mean, look how far and how well America has done without being objectivist. And just imagine what could happen if it was. Oh, he says, Happy New Year, Yaron. This show is a massive value to me, and I hope it continues for a long time. I discovered objectivism through you. Wow. So I can honestly say this show is partially responsible for changing my life. I'm planning on applying to medical school in 2024. Wish me luck. That's terrific. Medicine is a tough profession, Owie. Tough profession. I hope you know what you're doing. I'm curious where you're applying for medical school. Where do you plan to go? But good luck. Good luck in the application, and I hope you have a fantastic career. It's not impossible, but it is a difficult field because the government is so involved in it, which is sad. Josh says, will email about using AI to catalog the show. A good friend just read Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, wishing you the best for 2024. Thank you, Josh. And yes, very interested in figuring out how to use AI for the show and cataloging it all. I think Alex Epstein is coming out with Alex Epstein AI that basically is taking all the content Alex has produced, his book, his podcast, everything he's produced, and doing something like cataloging, like answering questions based on the knowledge in quotes that the AI gains from reviewing all Alex's material. I think the Yaron Brook Show should have an AI like that as well. I mean, it would be interesting to see what the results would look like. I'm kind of curious now. Hamad Since you're looking for ways to expand the show, YouTube creators are using some AI platforms to provide subtitles and dubs in your own voice. You could add them after the live shows and to add shows and lectures to reach new audiences. It's a good idea. I'll try that. I like the idea of subtitles, particularly to all the shorter videos, maybe even to the live shows. I think subtitles would help a lot. Good idea. I'm copy pasting something to check out because as I said, I'm using AI now to create these short videos, 1 minute videos, and those videos, the AI also creates subtitles, big, easy readable subtitles, and the shorts it creates could be longer than 1 minute. 1 minute for YouTube is the format, but it could be longer than that. All right, James G. What do you think will happen next year for the USA? Abortion rights, diversity in top schools, immigration craziness, and the grid being constantly attacked by technology and actual people attacking places across the country. What areas will improve in US life? I think technology is improving and will continue to improve. I think AI is going to get so much more useful. Right now, it's just an amazing technology and somewhat of a toy, and some uses, but the uses are just going to expand significantly. So I think we're going to see some really cool applications of AI in 2024. I also think you're going to see, and I was going to talk about this, but you brought it up, so I might as well talk about it now. Real movement on things like the genetic engineering front, the vaccine front. I think we're going to see cancer vaccines really start taking off. We've already got significant cancer vaccines in trials. I'm hoping we get some approved next year. You're going to see a lot more genetic treatments, which are revolutionary and changing the world. And finally, on the technology front and stuff for 2024, I think you're going to see a lot more in-depth understanding and application of life extension technologies. I think we're going to see a lot more life extension applied. As you know, I did the show on Peter Keating. I follow Brian Johnson. I keep track of kind of the life extension stuff that's going on. I think there's a real chance 2024, really we get enough knowledge to really start applying this in a significant way to our lives and starting to work on really extending human life, not with some magic pill, but through a whole change of how you live, but based on science, not just based on voodoo stuff. Other positive things, I think the economy is going to do better than people expect next year. I think the economy is going to do okay next year. A lot of expectation of recession. Now, I've been pretty bad because I've been thinking there's going to be a recession any time now, and it hasn't happened. I think inflation is indeed coming down and will continue to come down. I think that'll be the big economic thing. In terms of intellectually, I think Millet is a real phenomenon to watch in 2024 in terms of positives, and watch it and see what happens. The craziness stuff, the attack on abortion rights will continue at the detriment of Republicans. I think Republicans could lose more seats in the House and Senate as a consequence of their anti-abortion perspective. It won't affect the presidency, but could affect the House and Senate races. Diversity in top schools is a negative issue for the Democrats, and I think they're gonna try to suppress it and not make a big deal out of it in the coming year. Immigration will continue to be crazy, but I think what will happen is that Biden will kind of deal with Republicans about border security, so he can present himself as if he's good on border security, and because he needs to get that issue off the table, because otherwise, again, Trump wins hands down. I think attacks on the grid, attack on industry, cyber attacks, things like that will continue. They're not going to go away. There's nothing to suggest that's going away. We're very, very vulnerable, and we will continue to be very, very vulnerable to these kind of attacks. There's no investment being made right now, significant investment being made right now to address these things, sadly. Owen, $500. Thank you, Owen. That's amazing. Please review the movie Pig, 2021 with Nicolas Cage. Thank you. I will. I've seen Pig. I'm mixed about it, but I will watch it again so that I can do a more proper review of it and think it through. So I had mixed thoughts about it first time I watched it, but it's always good to watch a movie again. And I generally like Nicolas Cage. This one's a weird movie, but yeah, we'll give it a shot. Okay, Harper Campbell, $100. There's around 30,000 people whose lives would be a lot more mediocre, anxiety-ridden, and miserable if Yaron Brook had never existed. Thank you for all you do. Did you ever imagine to have such a devoted audience? No, I mean, I don't have a very large audience, and I think this is true. I don't have a very large audience, 35,000 subscribers. I don't know how many of them are regular watchers. My shows don't get tens of thousands of views. A few of the short clips do. I don't have a massive audience, but I have an incredibly committed audience. And I mean, the number of people who are here every single live show and who are in chat, who contribute, who participate, who engage is amazing. The number of people who listen to I do 8 shows a week, almost every single week, is really, really amazing, really amazing. So there's a small group of you that are really, really dedicated to the show, and that is amazing and inspiring to me and keeps me going. And so, yeah, I mean, I never imagined that the audience would be this devoted, and I really, really appreciate that, and thank you all for being that way and being like that. All right, guys, we are $740 short of, well, not short, but we need to raise $740 in the next 13 minutes to keep on track. That'll also get us to $10,000, which was, man, I was shocked last year when we made it at 10,000. I couldn't believe it. And it's amazing that we're even talking about that again this year. So we're $740 short of that. I hope we can make it. That'll keep us on track to, by 3 p.m., by 4 p.m. East Coast time, to make it to 12,000. I mean, I'll stay on later if that's what it's going to take. But we're on track. Remind you again that if we get 500 likes, just likes, thumbs up, Adam Campbell will do $1,000. So that will make getting to 12,000, I think, much, much easier, obviously. So we're very close. But we gotta increase those likes, and the likes are the easiest thing to do today, because the likes don't cost you anything and they don't require any kind of sophisticated anything. It's just click a button. We have 279 likes. It's growing too slowly. Too slowly. Whoops, what did I just do? I don't want to do that. Anyway, consider it, and please just click that like button now. Don't wait until before you go. Click it now so we can get there. All right, let's see. James, why does the news ignore wars in Africa? Do you see an illogical fallacy of electric cars when so many people live horrible lives to get the materials for these vehicles? Will you cover the news story of 2 black brothers in Florida who had a gunfight at age 14 and 15? Why does the news ignore wars in Africa? I mean, for a lot of reasons. I think one is there seem to be always wars in Africa. And I think it's a constant flow. There's constant civil wars and various kinds of wars. There's a massive war right now going on in Sudan. There seems to be a constant war in Ethiopia. There are wars in the Congo. There's civil war, the gangs. It's just an area filled with violence because of the lack of any kind of sense of liberty and freedom in the continent. And those ideas just never made it there or didn't get entrenched there in any kind of significant way. So that's one reason why I think the wars in Africa don't have a constituency, in a sense of people who have been to Africa and therefore care somewhat about Africa, right? when you visit a place, you start following the news, you start following it. Not a lot of people visit Africa. Not a lot of tourism, partially because of the wars, partially because it's the infrastructure is not great, partially because people are afraid, and partially because people don't like people who don't look like them. But the reality is that, we all been to Europe, we've traveled in Europe, we've visited Europe. Therefore, Europe interests us more. Many Americans have been to Israel. Many Americans, a lot of Jews follow Israel and care about Israel. So there's a lot of caring about that. There was no coverage of the war in Yemen because nobody's been to Yemen and nobody cares. There was no, the war in Yemen before now they're stopping shipping to the West. We care. There's a constant civil war going on in Myanmar in Asia. Nobody covers that. So I think it's part of it. And then also, it's not geopolitically significant, not in any dramatic way. That is, what happens in Africa matters, but not in a big geopolitical sense. There are no good guys. There are no clear good guys. So it's not clear from, again, geopolitical sense who you would root for. So I follow it a little bit. I follow the news there a little bit because I'm interested in what's happening in the world, and I'm interested in what's happening in Africa, but not a huge amount. And I don't know a lot of the history. That's the other challenge is you got to know the history. You got to know the history of the tribes, to fully understand the wars, but you also have to know the history of colonialism. Am I going to cover the news of, I haven't heard that story. So I'll look for it. And if I find it and it looks interesting, I'll talk about it. But I haven't seen that. I think it is sad that all of our electronics use components where children are being exploited and violence is raging to extract them from the ground in Africa. And that's super sad. What Africa needs are property rights. They need the rule of law and property rights. And until they get that, nothing is going to change in Africa. And in that sense, there are no good guys and bad guys. There's nobody fighting for property rights in Africa. So those are the challenges we face. But yeah, there's a real human tragedy and cost. Part of the cost, these lives wasted. And part of it is the number that are migrating to Europe and creating angst in Europe and causing the rise of the new rights in Europe as a consequence. So peace in Africa would go a long way to making the rest of the world richer and more prosperous, not to mention making the billions in Africa richer and prosperous. Africa will be, by population, the largest continent in the world in a few decades. It is growing much faster than any other continent in terms of population. Gaaza, I'm just curious, as I mentioned earlier, I've only been watching the show for a little while, and during that time I've heard little of no coverage on Canadian politics. Is this something you don't find important, or have I missed content about it? I don't find it very important. I think that's the reality. Now, I have a lot of followers in Canada, so I probably should invest a little bit more in it. Canada's a boring country. I think you guys would agree. I don't like Trudeau. I don't think anybody likes Trudeau. I don't know much about the opposition. I don't know that much about the potential for politics. But I should probably. I had somebody else who asked more about politics in Canada. I will make an effort in 2024. Here's a commitment for 2024 to look a little bit more into Canadian politics. Because I've got a lot of supporters from Canada. That's the main reason. And you guys probably would like me to comment more on Canada, so I'll do that. All right, we are now, what is that? No, $250 basically. $250 basically short of keeping on track. Keeping on track with with a goal of 12,000 by 4 p.m. East Coast time, and it's fine if we slip in terms of the time, but 245 really, 245, 235. We just got another 10, so $235. There's no way I'm going to cover any of the content I prepared from now on because there's so many questions. So we're just going to do, from now on, I'm just answering Super Chat questions. And there are a lot of them and a lot of good questions. So we're going to do that. But we've got $2,235 left, right, to make our challenge goal of $12,000, which is amazing. And there's still a bunch of people who I know made large contributions last year who haven't contributed yet this year. So maybe there's hope. We'll see. We'll see. All right, Alexis, thank you. 100 pounds. And the dollar's weakening these days, so the pound is worth more. Thanks for another fantastic year, Yaron. The Economist nominated Greece as the country of the year based on the effects of the last 10 years to put their economy back on track. What is yours? I'd say Argentina for electing Milei. I think it's the most interesting. Again, we'll see if it's successful, but the most interesting story. I do agree with the Economist that Greece is a great story. I mean, Greece was a basket case 10 years ago, and they did some reforms. They didn't even do anything close to what Milei suggests. They just did much more moderate reforms, and those moderate reforms, that has been enough to make Greece the fastest growing economy, I think, in Europe, and basically back. Now, a lot of that has to do with tourism, but not just tourism. Greece has encouraged people to come and work there and pay very low taxes. So digital nomads are encouraged to come to Greece. But the Greek people are really, it's proved that once you liberate an economy, even a little bit, you can do great things. And there's a lot more Greece can do. Imagine if Greece took the Milei route and really radically reformed their economy, how amazing a place it could be. I mean, it's already one of the most amazing tourist places you can go to. But it's got more than that, and it has more capacity than that. Thank you, Alexis. We got 2 minutes for 235, is that right? $235. $235 in 2 minutes to keep on track. This will be the first half hour we're not keeping on track if we don't make it. All right, let's see if we can make it. It's $205 now. So somebody come in with $200 and put us out of our misery, right? All right. Liam says, can you review the song Need a Favor by Jelly Roll? I think it's a good insight on Middle America, and it's a well done song. Sure, absolutely. Nobody's going to pay me a lot of money to do a review of Richmond, north of Richmond. I've already reviewed that song, so. Oops, it didn't copy over. Why didn't it copy over? Let's see. Maybe he just didn't do it right. All right. Huh. Something's off. All right. Thank you, Liam. Let me just try this one more time. All right, got it. Almost got it. There we go. All right. Let's see. $174 in 1 minute, guys. $174 in 1 minute. I did that. Hamed, when you mention in your lecture that in capitalism you could rely on private inspectors to ensure the product you intend to use is safe, I remember how the tech security industry relies on third-party audits, and that drives the trust from customers. Absolutely. And there are lots of examples in the private sector of private, if you will, regulations or private inspection or private certifications that do not rely on government in order to certify something, and as you say, build trust in an industry or with consumers or whatever the methodology is, right? So yes, Hamid, absolutely, absolutely. And it exists. We just have to expand it to cover everything, cover all industries. All right, guys, we are $124 short of $10,000. Who's going to put us over? James just did. He just put us over. Right? All right, so we're still on target, guys. We're still on target over the next half hour to raise just under $2,000 and make a goal, a ridiculously high, absurd goal that I didn't no way we could make of $12,000. And Glenn just came in with $200. Thank you, Glenn. And has made it so now, we only need $1,750. Amazing, amazing. All right, thank you, Glenn. Let's see. Thank you, Larry Salzman. Really appreciate that. The support. Let's see, who else do we have? Who did a sticker? Chris Weed, thank you. I think I'm probably caught up on stickers. Most of you are leaving a comment or something underneath, so I will get to you. All right, cool. KFAX, New Year's revolution, make more money resolution. I'm with you, KFAX. I'm on the same New Year's resolution, make more money. I've got a, yes, definitely. This year is going to be dedicated to figuring out, can I make the Yaron Brook Show basically, can I live off of the Yaron Brook Show? Can we get to the point where it is sustainable? That's going to require significant increase in subscribers because it's going to require increasing the pool of supporters to the Yaron Brook Show. But can I make this something I can live off of? And that's going to require, about doubling the income from the show. No, it doesn't. A little less than maybe rising it by 60 to 70%. So we'll see. We'll see if I can make some real move in that direction. All right. James, who put us over with $175. What do you think about who's already given a lot of money today, so has already moved us towards our target in big ways. What do you think about the UK for 2024? Will it continue to receive people from Hong Kong? Will they reform knife crime? And will London still be the #2 global financial center? Will it continue to decline as a whole economically and society? Wow, it's really hard to tell. We've got an election coming up in the UK, so that is going to have a real impact on what happens. On what happens. If Labour comes in, even though this Labour is a little more pragmatic, more centrist than the previous Labour, they're still going to be pretty disastrous and going to make it very difficult for the UK economy to thrive. I do think they'll continue to see people in Hong Kong, but I do think they're going to put significant curbs on immigration generally. People are obviously rebelling against the number of immigrants that have come into the UK legally. But I think that the UK is going to curb, unfortunately, regulations. Let's see, what else? Will London still be the #2 global financial center? I think so. I don't know who else could replace London at this point. Frankfurt. There was talk about Frankfurt, but I don't think it'll happen. There was always the potential of Hong Kong, but Hong Kong, it won't happen in Hong Kong, sadly, because Hong Kong has become China. So I do think the economy is going to continue to struggle. It's not going to be easy. But I believe in London. I think London is one of the great cities of the world. I think the people are amazing. I think there's a lot of productive energy in London, a lot of financial energy in London. A lot of people want to be in London. It's just a matter of getting the policy right. And I just hope, let's get Kemi elected Prime Minister. Let's get Kemi elected Prime Minister of the UK. Because if we get the Labour elected, we're not going to do very well. UK is not going to do very well. All right, George, $50. Thank you, George. Happy New Year. My wife and I are visiting New York for the first time in January. Wow. We'll be there for a week. Can you please give me a couple of restaurant recommendations? Well, the obvious one is, God, I can't believe the name. Where's Jeffrey to hit me over the head with something? Okay, I'll get you the name in a minute. The name of the restaurant in New York that Jeffrey runs. Rosella, thank you. Miroslav saved the day. So Rosella, you got to go to Rosella and say hi to Jeffrey. And Rosella's a fantastic place. I love that restaurant. It's got great food. What else do I like? I like Indian accent, although last time I was there I was a little disappointed. But I like Indian accent. I'm not as familiar with, New York restaurants. I mean, it depends how much you want to spend. I mean, I love Per Se, but Per Se is like a massive, it's going to be very, very expensive. Yeah, Rosella has a side restaurant, which is just a bar that seats a few people that is amazing, right? So shout out to Rosella in New York City. That's the one you should visit. There are a lot of really good restaurant guides to New York. New York has great ethnic food. Try the Chinese food, the Korean food. A lot of good sushi places. Rosella is a sushi place that you will really love. All right. We are $1,686 short of our goal. And we have as long as it takes to get there. We have as long as it takes to get there. So please help us. Super Chat, ask a question. If you can, try to make it big dollars because I have a lot of questions. God, I have a lot of questions. It's going to take me an hour at least to just go through the questions, which I will. I'm going to answer every single question. So we're going to go as late and as long as we need to today. I also want to remind everybody, as I have several times, to like the show before you leave. Like it now. Because if we can get to 500 likes, and it's going to be tough because we don't have a lot of time to make the 500 likes, but if we can make the 500 likes, then we get $1,000 from Adam. Adam is committed to contributing $1,000 if we can get to 1,000 likes. Right now we're at 294. I don't know how we make it to 500 likes, but I don't know. I don't know why it's so hard for everybody who listens, even for 5 minutes, even just click that like button. We got 208 people watching live right now. My guess is that 100 of the 208 have not liked the show yet. So just make sure that you have, and if you haven't, please like it, and that'll help a lot with getting to the 12,000 because we'll have 1,000 in the bag from Adam, right? Just by getting 500 likes, which is we're at 300 likes, so we got a few likes out of my spiel, but that's not enough because we need 200 more likes, which is hard to get. I know it's hard to get. Have we ever gotten 500 likes in a show, Adam? I don't know if this ever happened. But if not, we're doing it now. Okay, Robbie says, hi, Yaron. Vonda and I will do a 1-to-1 match for every dollar from 10,000 to 12,000. So if your amazing supportive audience can do it, the new goal will be 14,000. Wow, that is amazing. Robbie actually came in and did a $1,000 match last year that got us to the 12,000, right? That helped us get to the 12,000 with, I think that was $1,000 above, so we made it to 13 with that match. So thank you, Robbie. That is amazing. All right, you all heard him. So we're already past 10,000, but if we make it at 12,000, it's actually 14,000 because Robbie and Vonda are going to match dollar for dollar everything above 10,000 up until 12. Up until 12. There is a cap. Right. I saw it. Robbie's a little behind on where my speaking versus the chat. All right. So let's do it. Let's make it happen, guys. We've got $1,630 to go. It should be very doable, right? I've seen the note from Robbie. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. It's starting to come. Adrej, you're gonna have to teach me how to pronounce your name at some point. Adrej has just done 50 pounds. That should help us a lot to make the number. He says, "Thank you for introducing objectivism to me." That is one of my goals in life, is to introduce as many of you people to objectivism, and to get you to take it seriously and to live your life based on it. That is a big part of my goal. All right, guys. So a lot of stuff going on. We got to get to 500 likes, so we get the $1,000 that Adam Campbell has committed. But we got to get to 500 likes. We're 300 right now, so we got to get 200 likes in the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, however long it takes, right? And then in addition to that, we have to get to 12,000, because that'll maximize Robbie and Vonda's match. They are matching everything above $10,000 up to $2,000. So again, that'll be huge if we can take advantage of that match. It's all up to you. We're now $1,563 short. $1,563 short. In a normal show, in a normal world, I would say, well, that's impossible. But you guys have made it happen so far, and haven't let me down so far. So let's keep going and keep achieving the goal. Biologist, 1981, anyway, something. Biologist, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. That's a sticker. I'm just looking at the stickers above. Friend Casey, thank you. Glenn, I mentioned Glenn before, did $200 for a sticker. And now we have Falguni Patel, $200. Thank you, Falguni. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, do I have the most amazing listener community of anybody out there? I think by far. I don't think it's even close. Right. All right, we're 310 likes. Come on, people. There's got to be another 200 likes out there. Go to Twitter and tell people to be on Twitter to come over and like the show before over the next few minutes. Just jump over to, because then we're certainly going to be at 12,000. Right. So just tell them to come over and like the show, and that'll get the 500 likes. And use Twitter, use Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook right now, please come over to YouTube to like the show. If you're watching on Twitter, because I think this is streaming on Twitter, come over to YouTube and like the show. If you're listening live on the podcast app, come over to YouTube and like the show. And contribute something as well, because we're still $1,343 short of a goal. All right, I have like 300 questions in the super chat. So let me get started on those, chip away at it. All right, Siberian Acts, $200. Thank you. Long-time listener here. Thank you. Happy New Year. Hope to see you in Amsterdam in March. Definitely be in Amsterdam in March. I've got my airplane tickets. I've got my hotel booked, and I will be in Amsterdam in March. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'll see you guys there. So thank you, Siberian Acts. We are definitely, oops, I didn't want to do that. We are definitely chipping away at this. So we're now 1,143 short, and we are at, just go remind people that the show is still on. Show's still going. All right, let's see. We have 300 and, whoops, I don't know. I thought it was 317 likes. So we're chipping away at it slowly. I have 317 likes, so we still got 183 to go. My voice is still surviving. I think I need one more tea to get through all of this. As you can hear from my voice, I've had a sore throat the last 2 days, and I thought I was going to lose my voice before the show. My wife is making me these teas that are soothing to the throat, so that's allowing me to survive here. So, all right. Let's see where we are. Okay. Len, HNY, Happy New Year. Annoyed by scientific determinism this year, effective egoism manifest in Don's book, and now I'm slow. Are you slow? I discovered EACC, another counter to the BS of EA. Tech is openly adopting capitalism. Well, some people in tech are openly adopting some aspects of capitalism. I'm excited about EACC, primarily because I think it's a opening for us to bring a philosophical foundation to it. And I think Jason Crawford, who I interviewed on this show a while back, is trying to do exactly that. So I'll be doing a show on EACC, and I'm sure a lot of you have no idea what the hell EACC is, right? It's a counter to effective altruism within the tech community, so it's a new movement about growth. It's called effective accelerationism. Effective accelerationism. And it's a counter to effective altruism. And now we have effective egoism from Don. We are rocking and rolling, guys. Our influence is going to grow. And this EACC, effective accelerationism, it's people like Mark Andreessen, the whole pro-build, pro-growth, pro-change the world attitude that some people in Silicon Valley have. This is their new ideology. It's missing a philosophy. It's missing objectivism. That's our job, is to help it. And as I said, Jason Crawford is doing a lot of good work on introducing them to these ideas and then helping create a philosophy for them, or introduce a philosophy to them. All right, I'm keeping on bugging you about the number of likes. We got to get 500 likes. 500 likes. We're 300 and 22. So we're chipping away at it slowly, but don't leave it the last minute. Like the show now. All right, Fola Business for $50. One second. Let me go. What's going on here? Okay, Fola Business. Hi, Yaron. The question is related to men going their own way. Can you define romance and romantic love? Also, do you see truth in the idea that men and women are sexually compatible, but not as much emotionally? Thanks for all you do. Romantic love is the highest form of love. It is a love that ultimately seeks and hopefully achieves an expression in sex, and in sharing one's deepest values, one's life with somebody. Romantic love is the expression of a deep, a deep emotional connection with somebody who mirrors back to you the most significant, deepest, most meaningful values that you possess. And that as a consequence, you want to share the most magnificent experience human beings can, which is sex, and you want to share life with that person. Romance is the process of, I think, discovering whether somebody, it's romance is the, God, how do you define romance? It really is an activity of getting to, of sharing values with somebody, of sharing experiences with something, of starting to share elements of your life with somebody, of being visible to somebody and having them be visible to you. It is, to a large extent, we do it when we're trying to get to know somebody, but romance is something that you do throughout your life as you keep yourself emotionally, spiritually open to your romantic partner. Are men and women compatible? Absolutely. Absolutely. That does not mean they're the same. One of the reasons they're compatible is because they're not the same. Men and women complement one another. Men and women emotionally and in other ways and in their orientation towards reality complement one another, build one on top of the other. So it's not just sexual. It's not just sexual compatibility. It's compatibility in everything. And that's what real romantic love expresses, and that's what real romantic love is about, and that's what you get from real romantic love is that intense compatibility in really most of the realms of your life. And so I think men going their own way is a massive, it's men declaring defeat. I think it's driven by people primarily with low self-esteem. I think that women are, for a man, a heterosexual man, women are an immense value, and they're worth fighting for. There's a lot of corrupt ideas in the culture right now that make it maybe difficult for men and women to get along. Corrupt forms of feminism, but also corrupt forms of masculinity. And you need to fight for your masculinity, for the right approach to masculinity. You need to fight for a relationship with a woman. You need with a woman. You need a fight to have a good life. And I think romance is part of having a good life, and having a romantic relationship is part of having a good life. And it's worth fighting for. It's worth expending the resources, the energy, the effort, the thinking to do it. And I think men going their own way is a defeatist mentality. All right. Let's summarize where we are. We're $1,046 short of our goal of $12,000. We're also $1,046 short of being able to capitalize on Vonda and Robbie's match of $2,000 for anything we raise from $10,000 to $12,000. So important for us over the next however long it takes. This last half hour has been the slowest half hour we've had. We'd have to raise $1,000 in 6 minutes to match the previous half hours. It's doable, but it's going to be tough. But we'll keep going. If it'll take longer, it'll take longer. But that's what we need to raise to reach our goal is $1,000. Also, there's another $1,000 on the table, and that is $1,000 that Adam Campbell is committed if the show gets 500 likes. We're at, last I looked, 322. It doesn't refresh on my screen, unfortunately, so I have to literally restart the thing. We're at 329, so it's growing, but growing painfully slow. I don't know it's going to be, if we can make it to the 500 likes, but it's up to you. If you guys, everybody there right now likes it, maybe we can. And if everybody who joins, I keep seeing people join, if everybody who joins likes it, then I think we can. We can do it. Alex has just done $50. It's his first super chat ever. Thank you, Alex. That's amazing. Alex Cirio. So that chips away at it again. J Mavs, thank you. Let's see who else did a sticker. And biologist, thank you. And let's see, we've got another $50 question. RDF says, you might like a video called "In Defense of George Westinghouse Jr." Oh, I love Westinghouse Jr. Kathy loves physics and history. He was an amazing inventor, entrepreneur, and businessman, and he started the first company at 20. He's been maligned by historians. Yes, Westinghouse was actually the guy who electrified. He's the guy who backed Tesla, I think, and in the whole move for electrification. So yes, a real hero. And yeah, I'd love to learn more about Westinghouse. And always interested particularly in people who are maligned by most historians and who don't deserve it. Thank you, RDF. Jeff Fitpath, another movie for your list, The Dish. Oh yeah, I love The Dish. The Dish, Australia 2000, an extremely benevolent, pro-reason film that tells the story of the Parkes Observatory's role in relaying the live TV signal of the first steps on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission. Yeah, I saw that years ago, probably when it came out in 2000. It was a fantastic movie. I'm going to write that down because I should watch it again. It would be fun. Guys, watch The Dish. Very, very benevolent. I remember that. I don't remember the details, but I remember as soon as you said The Dish, it hit me. Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate it. Let's see. All right. Robin, $100. Thank you, Robin. Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for your valuable analysis throughout the year. It was a pleasure to meet you at OCON. Looking forward to seeing you at OCON 2024. Yes, everybody, join us at OCON 2024. You can sign up now at AynRand.org/start here. AynRand.org/start here and sign up for OCON. Adam says, it's the same Adam who still has the challenge for you. 500 likes, and he contributes $1,000. Here, it's 100. As much as objectivism has taught me, it doesn't get enough credit for preaching happiness. Unpacking prior beliefs is extremely difficult. But with that effort comes more happiness and positive outcome on the world. Positive outlook on the world. Thanks for continuing to spread the word. Thank you, Adam. Really, really appreciate the support you provided over the last couple of years, and for your challenge today. Thank you, and for the $100. It's amazing. All right, we're $700 short of the goal, getting close. All right, Len says, number 2 will be hanging around. I really appreciate your moral clarity. Thank you, Len. Another one from Len. QOM and Moscow both need to be removed from history. No inherent value. Okay. John Roberts, if you could build Galt's motor, what would you do given the current state of things in the world? Good question. If I could find an island and I could build a screen like Galt does, then I would disappear and take you guys with me. It would be like, you know, I don't know. I still haven't given up on the world. I've still got a little bit of Dagny in me, and I would probably become a gazillionaire off of the motor, and then use that money to try to change the world. So I would sell whatever the motor is producing, make as much money as I could, and use that money, other than living well, use the rest of the money to really try to bring Ayn Rand's ideas to the entire world, to everybody in America. Nobody would not know who she is. It's if you have the money, if you have real money, you can change the world, and you can make it so Ayn Rand is a household name. It's just a matter of being creative around it. But for that, you can't do a little bit of money. You need a really really have a strategy with big bucks. Robert, Yaron Brook saves the world. No, you're not saving the world by yourself, but neither is anyone else. And what you're doing here is having an impact. What happens here matters. Yes, it does. Thank you for your work and Happy New Year. Thank you, Robert, and thank you for all the support during the year. Fuller Business, another 50 pounds. I just don't buy your answer to the MGTOW question. Men have completely different values from women. Intellectual pursuits, video games, sports, etc. A man is much more likely to see another man have these values. What a man would need a woman for is sex. It's just not true. And you're talking to somebody who's been married for a long time. It's just not true. I'd much rather watch a movie with my wife than anybody else. The values, the important values that I have, much more important for me to experience them with my wife than with any male friend. There's certain things that my wife doesn't appreciate. Sports, let's say. Even there, I got her into basketball. We watched the Celtics last year, and she really enjoys this. She get into it. But yeah, there's certain things that you can only do with other men. Fine, but the joy you get from doing something with a woman you love and who loves you, that you also have sex with, is immeasurably greater than anything you can get from a bunch of guys doing stuff together. I don't play video games, so not relevant for me. Playing sports, sure. In the days where I played sports or when I work out alone, but when I played sports, I play sport with the guys, absolutely. But that's just a small part of life. The day-to-day values, I don't know, traveling, seeing great art, experiencing art together. Again, rather experience great art with my wife than anybody else on planet Earth. I don't care what sex they are. So the important things, which to me are the spiritual experiences. It's true when it comes to physical stuff, sports, I guess video games, although I'm sure there are women who play video games just as well as you do, and you would get a kick out of. It doesn't come even close. And intellectual pursuits, I mean, why not? Ayn Rand was a woman. I know a lot of women who, you just need to find the right woman. But that's nonsense. First reading groups I had, my wife was there. The first discussions we had on philosophy, not the first, but after I met her, she was always there. I mean, why is that somehow separate? I don't get that. I don't get why women can't be part of that life. Why you don't get immense value from them. You do, if you find the right woman. And there are not a lot of right women because philosophy, but there are not a lot of guys out there that I want to hang out with, that I have intellectual pursuits with other guys. How many of them are there? Not that many. So I know you don't buy it, but because you haven't met the right woman, but giving up on it is a huge mistake. You're giving up on some of the best parts of life. Justin, I try to share your content frequently and get people to tune in. Thanks, Yaron, for providing such valuable content on current global news and much more. Thank you, Justin. And yeah, I mean, one of the things we introduced, it was actually at the end of 2022, was the daily show, the daily show that I do, the news roundups, and people really, really love that and appreciate that. And I think that's partially reflected in all the support I'm getting today. So thank you. Naftali, $100. Thank you, Naftali. Yalla 2024. And and this year, actually this month, I launched my show in Hebrew. So now I do 2 shows, one show every 2 weeks in Hebrew. So about 2 a month in Hebrew. So that's a new Yaron Brook Show. Next will be Chinese. No, never do any Chinese. My Hebrew's bad, hard enough. Chinese, I don't know and never will know, probably. All right, my voice is on the verge of giving out. Let's keep going. $400 short, guys. We're very, very close. And I've got like 100 questions still to answer, so I'm going to try to do these quick. Len says, I own an electric car, like it, work for renewable, but I have a deleted diesel truck and totally get Alex in fossil future. When will the IPCC BS die? Probably not in my lifetime. All right, T. All right, this should sustain me for the rest of the hour probably that it'll take me to answer all these questions. Richard says, have you considered making the Yaron Brook Show a religion so that super chats would be tax deductible? Isn't it a religion already? Oh, you mean formally a religion? No. Yeah, well, you know the answer. It's a wink. I've got an emoji of a wink. So I could probably make it a nonprofit, and then it would be tax deductible. That is possible. Liam says, there are no beautiful surfaces without terrible depths. Happy New Year, Yaron. No one is changing the world more than you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I hope it's true. Well, I'm not sure I hope it's true. Maybe it shouldn't be true. All right, Clark says, Ayn Rand gave a sense of human possibility. That was exactly what I wanted, what I wasn't getting from home or school or anyway. I am enormously optimistic for what you can accomplish over the next 20 years. Me too, although I'm getting old, guys. Eileen just stepped in and just took us over the border. Just got us there, right? And she's become a member, and this is her first super chat. And she says, Yaron, I'm so impressed. First time live, new member, $410. We're at $12,000, guys. We made it. Add that Robbie and Vonda's match. That makes 14,000. We still have to get to 500 likes so we can get one more 1,000 in. But you guys, it's amazing. You guys are really, really amazing. You know, it's a lot of money, and the fact that I have this kind of support is fantastic. It's reaffirms my benevolent view of humanity. All right, we still have a lot of work to do because I still have 100 questions to answer. Okay, 6 marbles. Regarding the nearly naked party in Moscow, I was not surprised that the rich are being lambasted by Russians for displaying their wealth, but I am unhappy about the same sentiment for Western commentators. Thoughts, altruism. No, I mean, I think you're misapplying the nature of the story. It's not the showing off wealth. That's not what bothers the people who are commenting on this, at least not the more honest people. I think it's that Russia is at war, sending tens of thousands of kids to be slaughtered for nothing, where they're getting these kids from the periphery, they're getting poor kids, they're getting, people who have no other options and enlisting them in the army. And it's the fact that at the same time as that's going on, the wealthy in Russia, and the wealthy in Russia are not wealthy because they're great producers. They're wealthy primarily because they've manipulated the system to become wealthy. They've stolen much of their wealth. The fact that they are partying while kids are dying. They are partying while there's a war going on. And their kids are not in the war. Their kids are not on the front. Their kids are at the party, half naked. That's, I think, the near naked party. That's the outrage over it. And that's not altruism, that's justice. And the lack of justice that the wealthy in Russia exhibit. The fact that they are so wealthy in a culture so corrupt, and the fact that they can have those parties while the same rich are sending other people's kids to die on the battlefield for a cause, some mystical, nonsensical cause. Full of business. Hi, Yaron. Thanks for all you do. My question is related to... I replied to that when you upped it to $50. I actually answered it. Hopper Campbell says, Millet makes me optimistic about 2024. Me too. The world is starving for some good news and someone who states them unapologetically. You'd better stop this guy or he's going to start a bushfire of liberty that will cover the globe. I think you're overly optimistic, but I'm excited about Millet in 2024 too. I'm going to be in Argentina in April. That's pretty much a done deal. Even if I don't get to meet him, it'll be great to experience Argentina while we're there. Great to be part of it. Great to be there. And by the way, I got a couple of messages saying I've already been part of it in the sense that some of the people, young people who were exposed to me and therefore to Rand and therefore to these ideas are the people who voted for him. And then even if those who didn't become objectivists, many were inspired by my talks on capitalism to become smaller libertarians or free market supporters who were then attracted to Millet and voted for Millet. So we are having an impact, and the fact that I'll be in Argentina giving talks, talking to young people, I think is exciting. And hopefully we can expand our influence and maybe expand it beyond, all right, let's keep going. And Meerkat says, would you say that the Biden's witch doctors are crazy woke left? Yeah, I think so. Certainly, in the sense that the witch doctors are the intellectuals of the left are crazy woke. Biden's not crazy woke left. Biden is part of those old liberals that don't feel at home with their woke. But his witch doctors, his intellectuals, are certainly. Oh, wow. Armin has come in with $100. Thank you, Armin. Really, really appreciate it. Appreciate the support throughout the year. Really, really appreciate it. Danielle came in with $250. Thank you, Danielle. That is amazing. Eileen, we talked about. Thank you, Eileen. Yeah, we're doing great, guys. We're at we're heading to 13,000. It looks like. All right. Michael says, small minds can't comprehend big spirits. To be great, you have to be willing to be mocked, hated, and misunderstood. Stay positive, stay strong. Exponential growth energies are already starting to percolate. Looking forward to it, that exponential growth, looking forward to it. All right, guys, I see more people are joining. Please, please, please like the show before you leave. Like it now. Don't wait until before you leave. Like it now, because the more you like it, the more likely it is that we get the extra $1,000 that Adam Campbell has promised if we have 500 likes. And we're going to be here for a while answering questions, so there's opportunity to get there. So please, like the show, even if you're not going to stay for long. Ian, first YBS Super Chat, thank you. I was taught that the healthcare is a privilege. I think Ayn Rand advocated for abortion rights. I thought that abortion was part of healthcare. How can abortion be a right, but the rest of healthcare a privilege? Well, healthcare is not a privilege. Healthcare is a right in the same way that abortion is a right, right? So you have a right to seek out healthcare. You have a right to negotiate the best terms that you can with the doctor, hospital, healthcare providers you can find. Just like you should have a right to seek out an abortion and pay for it. So what you have a right to fundamentally is your action. What you have a right to fundamentally is your freedom to act on behalf of yourself. So that's what rights mean. Rights don't mean you get it for free. You shouldn't get healthcare for free. You shouldn't get an abortion for free. You have a right to act to attain it. And nobody should stop you. So when the government bans abortion, they're preventing you from acting to achieve that which you want to achieve, an abortion in this case, to pursue the value you want to attain, an abortion in this case. When the government tells you you have to see this doctor, not that, They're interfering in your right to pursue your own health care, to act, to find the best doctor and engage and negotiate the best terms with the best doctor. Rights means freedom of action. They don't mean stuff given to you for free. I hope that helps. Yeah. Joel, I've enjoyed a lot of your work, especially the news shows. Thanks very much. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate the support. Excellent. Mike, what is your general evaluation of the film Fiddler on the Roof? I love Fiddler on the Roof. I mean, it's fun. It's enjoyable. It deals with a real issue. That is the conservatism of a parent who watches his children go off and do stuff that he doesn't understand and doesn't appreciate. The music is terrific. I think the movie is with Topol, who was a really good actor in this and a good singing voice. I really enjoyed Fiddler on the Roof. I've seen the movie. I've seen the staging of it. It's very reflective of Jewish society way back then, and to some extent even today. Brian says, "Do you think Trump could be Hitler? Do you think Trump is a fascist or just paving the way for fascism?" I do not think Trump could be Hitler or is Hitler. I do not think Trump is. I mean, what does it mean to say Trump is a fascist? Would Trump like to be a dictator? Yes. Is Trump competent enough to be a dictator? No. Trump couldn't be a Hitler. He's not charismatic enough. He's not a uniting enough voice. Hitler united the German people, most of them anyway. Trump can't do that. He doesn't have those capabilities. He doesn't believe in anything. Fascists and Hitler believe in something. He doesn't believe in anything. But he is paving the way for a fascist. And he's paving a way, and he also shows that people will vote for personality over content. They will follow, an individual into anything, right? They'll vote for Trump no matter what. So in that sense, he's paving the road for fascism. All right, I see a number of people just joined. So I want to just mention that we have this challenge. If we get 500 likes, we'll get $1,000 from Adam. So please like the show now. Don't wait until you leave. Like the show now. Assume you're going to like it anyway. Like it, and let's see if we can get to that 500. We're pretty far from it. But we're chipping away. So we're getting closer and closer. So as you join, I know I'm speaking to people who've already joined. So we're at 358. So we've got 142 likes to go in order to achieve the goal of 500 likes. So please like the show now. Don't wait. You'll forget. Clark, how do you know if someone is mentally ill because they've spent their life evading or because there is something physically wrong with their brain? I don't think you can know. I mean, maybe a professional would know, but you'd have to be a professional to be able to do it. And I don't know even professionals if they can figure it out today. At some point, we probably will be able to tell that. We'll probably be able to, to measure certain things in the brain and be able to tell whether there's or chemicals or syntax, whatever, and be able to tell whether it's a physical thing in the brain or whether it's something else. But even then, we could say, well, it's a physical thing in the brain, but that physical thing was caused by the evasion. Because I think your thoughts manifest in the material world, in your brain. So what comes first? I don't know. And I don't. One day, supposedly we'll be able to tell. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, that Doodle Bunny says, a bit of a gloomy question, but as I observe my surroundings, I have to ask it. Do most people's lives suck? Only maybe 10% of people are actually happy and enjoy their lives regularly. Yeah, I think that's right. I think most people's lives, suck is not, I mean, They're just not, they don't live to their fullest potentials. Most of their lives are wasted, and they're not experiencing what they could experience. They're not living up to what they could experience. Jason, don't say his name. Is there an issue with how the U.S. media covers mass shooters? Czech Republic is debating limiting details of recent shooters' life to discourage imitators. Does less reporting post-incident do any good? You know, I don't know. Certainly, a lot of these shooters do inspire people to mimic them. So I do think that there is something to that aspect of it. But how much of the information is going to leak anyway? I don't think the government can ban you from covering it. So somebody is going to cover it. So I just don't think it's practicable. And it's wrong to say you can't talk about this. You can't use his name. It might be a policy media takes on. And it might help because copycats are a problem, a real problem. But I wouldn't say it's the government can force it in any kind of way. Upton just came in with $100. Thank you, Upton. He says, do you watch movies or read books differently if you know ahead of time that you intend to talk about it on the show? Yeah, probably. Only because I'm probably watching it and say, what would I say about it? Whereas if I'm not, and this is why it's better for me if I watch a movie that I'm going to talk about a second time, because the first time I just want to enjoy it. I just want to experience it, right? Not all movies I enjoy, but I just want to experience it. And then later I'll think about what I liked and what I didn't like. But if I'm going to review it, I make mental notes throughout the movie, and the same with a book. So there's less experiencing, more thinking during the experiencing. It's a little bit more cerebral, and less just the sheer joy of watching a movie, if that makes sense. Willa says, I'm spent after Christmas, but I'll throw in what I can. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Willa, and thanks for all the support over the last few months. I am Meerkat. Anyways, time to go pub crawling all over Berlin for New Year's. Pray for my liver. I can't pronounce that in German. And always remember, Gaaza deledade est, whatever. He wants to destroy Gaaza, which is fine. Jillian Tracks, thank you so much for the reason, thought, and value you have brought to my life. Have a productive, selfish year in 2024. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. P. Eddie, thanks, Yaron. Happy New Year. Really appreciate it, P. Eddie. Sparks, Bitcoin, not crypto. Bitcoin, not blockchain. Here's to you reading a Bitcoin book in 2024. I've read a ton on Bitcoin. That is not what's gonna make it click. Andre just did another $50. Thank you, Andre. Happy New Year to you too. Maximus, how would the economy change in the age of AI? Will some form of socialism win out since most jobs like building homes, etc., could be done by robots? Will humans pursue their hobbies while UBI will be implemented? I hope not. I hope not. I hope socialism doesn't win out, and I hope UBI is not adopted. I don't think most jobs will go away. I think the jobs will just change, and we'll have more opportunities to be creative, more opportunities to do what humans are unique in doing. Even homes, the sophistication of home design will only be improved by the collaboration between human and machine. And I think generally that is what's going to happen. You're just going to see greater collaboration between human and machine, and that's what's exciting about AI. I'm less worried about AI taking all our jobs. But I am worried about this socialist tendency of, well, AI does it, so what do we need to do? We shouldn't do anything. We'll just sit around and let it produce stuff for us. That is a scary to contemplate, that humanity might go in that direction. Jennifer says, here's another Neil Peart lyric, laughing out loud. Quote, there's a little bit of something me in everything in you. There's a little bit of something me and everything in you. That is a very romantic line in Robert Thomas of the band Matchbox 20. So it's not Neil Peart. All right, I'm confused now. But that is a good romantic line. I like that. Mike, $100. Thank you, Mike. I've really appreciated your perspective on current events this past year. Let's all have a great 2024. Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate the support. Let's see. Len might be hitting my limit on this platform. I think woke is making compromise with right, unnecessary, even dangerous thoughts. In the sense that people are rejecting woke already, I think that's right. And I don't think we should compromise with right. I think Milei is a good example of not compromising with right, not compromising with the Trumps of the world, not having a Trumpist view of the world, not having a xenophobic view of the world, not having a central planning view of the world. I don't think we need to compromise with right. All right. Where are we with our like challenge? Oops. Wrong button. What did I do there? All right. We are at 369. Oh, it's still creeping. If you're on and you haven't liked the show yet, please like it. We need to get to 500, which means go to Twitter, get more people to come and like the show. We need lots of likes. 131 likes. It's going to be tough. 131 needed. Come on, guys. Go find people out there, off the street, off the social media. Mary Benz. Whoops, what did I do? Jeremy Watson just did $100. Thank you, Jeremy. Happy New Year. How can I apply the principles of ingenuism to my science, molecular biology? By the way, I wish I could donate more, but my kids' tuition is more than my Massachusetts mortgage. Don't worry about it, Mary Benz. You've been a great supporter of the show for a long time. I only expect people to support to the extent that they can afford to, and that they value the show. You can apply it. The principles of ingenuism, connection, is make sure to connect and engage and with other people in the field, learn from them. Collaborate with them, seek out all the knowledge that you can to be the best that you can be in your field. And then don't be afraid of taking risks. Take risks, challenge yourself, push. Don't let fear slow you down. Don't let failure slow you down. Accept the fact that failure is inevitable. Path to being successful. Learn from the failure, grow from the failure, and work to create a culture in the people who you work with and in the world around you that facilitates, trying stuff, innovating, pushing the envelope, striving for new things, and accepting failure and embracing the necessity to learn from failure. I think already today's show is the longest I've ever had. We've already gone 3.5 hours, and we're nowhere near to being done. Frank just did $200. Happy New Year. Horizontally New Year's resolution, vertically reading John Stuart Mill's On Liberty to start the year off well. That does sound like a fantastic way to start the year. Thank you, Frank. Thank you again, Jeremy. Thank you, Mike. And Adam just came in with another $50. The Industrial Revolution was like AI in that it improved humanity without taking everyone's jobs. It allowed the people to move productivity to to be more, I can't read, it's so late, to be more productive and more inspiring, not less. I agree completely. And this is a second, third, fourth, I don't know how you define it, industrial revolution. Industrial revolution. All right, we'll keep going with the questions. Ed says, what date and time is your show with Argentinian economists? Thursday, the 4th. I think it's the 4th. Today's the 4th. Thursday, the 4th of January at 6 p.m. East Coast time. 6 p.m. East Coast time, January 4th, right here on the Yaron Brook Show. I'm speaking to an Argentinian economist who's in Argentina. So I'm not sure what time he'll be at, what time zone he's at. But really, an Austrian economist, really understands economics, knows Millet, knows his program. Should be a lot of fun. Michael, I suppose it's an improvement that the pogroms against Jews are no longer in person but online. Definitely an improvement when you're not actually killing people, although the pogrom happened in Israel on October 7th. Linda, Happy New Year to you and your family. I missed part of my Fred and Ginger marathon for your show. We'll go back to Fred and Ginger. Enjoy. That Doodle Bunny. What's the difference between pornography and prostitution? If I pay two strangers to have sex with each other, that's okay. But if I pay for sex, it somehow becomes immoral. The fundamental difference is the level of your engagement with the other person. It's not about paying. The paying is not the problem. I don't care if you pay somebody for sex. It's the fact that you're diminishing the act of sex itself by paying for it. If you're paying somebody else to have sex, you're not diminishing. You're just masturbating. You're not having sex. I assume you're masturbating. But when you have sex, you are exposing yourself. You're revealing yourself. You're making yourself vulnerable in a way that you shouldn't with a stranger. That's the point. That's what the difference. You're not, pornography doesn't expose you to anybody else. It doesn't, there's something about the sexual act because you're doing it with somebody. It's the doing, it's not the paying. The paying has nothing to do with it. The paying is irrelevant. Stringer Bell, hello, Yaron, Happy New Year. I've been watching your show since March 2023, so recently, and I found it to be very informative and influential. Thank you for providing this great content. Thank you, Stringer Bell. Hopper Campbell, what are the holes in Aristotle that can't figure out how to exploit? Oh, God. I mean, the bottom line is that Aristotle does not completely abandon Platonism, and those are what needed. Those are the holes that needed to be fulfilled. And he also doesn't connect his morality to reality. He never tells us why be moral and what does it mean to be moral in terms of it's connected to survival. Only Ayn Rand does that. But to really explain that, you're going to have to ask like a Greg or a Greg Salamiria, a Aristotelian scholar. Len says, Yaron, you brought it up. I had COVID, flu, Prevnar 20, RSV, and tetanus. Oh, God, you had tetanus. That's terrible. Okay, maybe no cat fights. Which one did you miss? I didn't. I've never had tetanus. I don't know. I'm sure I had RSV. I don't know what Prevnar is. I've had COVID. I've had the flu. I've had a cold. But I've had mumps. I've had chickenpox. I had all the childhood diseases that you now get vaccinated for. I had. And it was not fun. I had measles. I had all of those. So we've raised, guys, $13,000 plus the $2,000 match from Robbie and Vonda. So we're at $15,000. And we could make it 16 if we get to 500 likes. So if you're listening now and you haven't liked the show yet, please just press that simple little button, like. I know I'm bugging you guys, but it's a simple thing to do, and it has big financial consequences, and I'd really appreciate it. So like the show. I don't know how close we can get, but we're 374. I guess if I stay on here long enough, we might be able to do it. we'll get some people who joining us late, and they might take us over the 500, but we'll see. We'll see how long I'm here. Can't pronounce your name. The public domain welcomes Mickey and Minnie Mouse tomorrow. I'm surprised it was allowed to happen. Thoughts? Is it tomorrow? I thought they extended it. Wow. Okay. That's so be it. I don't know. I haven't really. I'd be curious what Adam Ossoff thinks about that. I mean, there's a sense in which I wish it could be extended because Disney should be able to capitalize on it. Disney, in a sense, still exists, even though Disney himself died. But I don't know. I haven't really thought it through. James, I think objectivists tend to forget that reason is the process of attaining knowledge. It itself is not knowledge. Yeah, it's a faculty. Reason is a faculty of knowing, the faculty by which we know reality. James also said, are you more upset by how small your show is or more energized by how high quality and serious your audience is? Oh, by the second, by the quality of my audience. I have a phenomenal audience, and I'm impressed by that. I'm more energized by that than the smallness of my audience. Michael says, why didn't Enlightenment ideas and capitalism sweep the globe after World War II? The homicidal intellectual bankruptcy of collectivism ideas had been completely exposed and annihilated on the battlefield. Yeah, but annihilated on the battlefield by the mixed economy. So why not just become all mixed economies? There wasn't a capitalist alternative. There wasn't a clear intellectual explanation of what happened. That only comes with Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand was too new after World War II to be able to completely sweep the world. So we're getting there, one mind at a time. PB, Happy New Year. Thanks for recommending Millet Explains Twitter channel. It's a great channel. Loving it. So good. Thanks for all you do. Here's to 2024. Thank you. Michael. Carolyn Glick said Israel right now isn't like America post 9/11. They're more like London during the Blitz. Have you considered interviewing her? I could probably get an interview with Carolyn. I mean, Carolyn knows me. We've had lunch or dinner together. I can't remember. I'll think about it. Likes. I just noticed some people joined. Please like the show. Like the show now. We've got a challenge. We have to get to 500 likes. We're very close to 400. It'd be great if we got a 400, so that then we just had 100 to go. All right. Oh, Tim Kent just came in with 150 Canadian dollars. With 385 likes. So just 15 likes. We can make it. Hi, Yaron. Love the show. Question. If a small developed country, Canada, Australia, did the zero tariffs thing, what pain would they go through to get to the end benefit? Very little. So some in the short run, as some companies were shut down, non-competitive companies were shut down. But lowering the tariffs would create so many opportunities, so many entrepreneurial opportunities, so many jobs that the restructuring would happen very, very quickly. It's one of those things that you don't need to wait for much. It's an easy, quick fix. So very little pain. There would be some pain, certainly for some people, but it would be relatively short-lived, particularly in developed economies like Canada and Australia, where you've got a lot of high-skilled labor. And here I talk about labor, including engineers and stuff like that, who could shift, who can do something different, who can become entrepreneurs, who can start businesses, who can also shift a new business if the old business gets competed out of existence. All right, Oscar, I appreciate your impactful insights. As a former Trump supporter, your perspective transformed my views on Trump, globalism, vaccines, finance, and immigration. Thank you for shaping my understanding. Yay, I'll take that as a win-win-win. Thank you, Oscar. Really appreciate you sharing. Richard, makes 100 for a song review. I'm not a fan of rap, but this song is interesting. It is Hope by NF. Think of it as an opera of a man battling his past evils. Knowles reviewed it poorly. Happy New Year. Thanks for everything. All right, I'm copy-pasting it. So I assume what you're saying is the $20 made 100 because you'd already given money, so you want a $100 review. All right. Oh, the $40 you just gave, rounded up to 100. All right, Nick Fo, you introduced me to objectivism. Now I'm writing my undergraduate thesis as a sophomore. How about Islamic totalitarianism will profoundly... you're writing your thesis on how Islamic totalitarianism will profoundly shape international relations if Iran acquires nuclear weapons. Great title, great thesis. Sad result. Annex. Some viewers may dislike the idea of recording their likes or dislikes of content in the external scrolls of YouTube honor. How many would like if no one knew they liked it? Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how the like works. I guess it gets recorded by YouTube. I don't know how important that is. I guess to some of you it might be. That's too bad because I'm losing $1,000 because I'm not making the 500 likes. 393. We're very close to 400. 393. 7 more, just to 400. Come on, guys. You can do it right now. Just like it right now. James says, Viva la Libertad. Thank you, James. Upton, A Million Miles Away on Amazon is a solid movie. True story of a migrant farm worker who worked incredibly hard to become an astronaut. That sounds fascinating. I am copying it over. All right. Hector, it saddens me the amount of pessimism in the U.S., hostility towards new technology, the talk of civil war. I think we're too far for that. Loved your show on optimism. Going against the doomers, would love more of those. I will try. Richard, does rationalism hold some validity? For example, prior to the 19th century, there was little evidence for the atomic theory, which later proved true. It's possible then to develop theories of knowledge unsupported by evidence. No, it's possible to speculate and stuff, and some of those speculations will happen to be true, will happen to be right on occasion. But no, there's nothing to rationalism. You start with observation. You start with something, with some evidence in reality, with some ideas in reality. And that gives you the whole context for coming up with a theory. But yeah, I mean, the atomic theory was based on reality, cutting stuff and extrapolating from reality by cutting stuff into finer, smaller units and thinking, oh, I wonder what the smallest unit is. And that's not that crazy. And it turns out atoms are very different than that, but you can see the kind of logic. And also atom, what they meant in Greece and what they meant when they discovered atoms are very different things. Adam, more shows on other networks to get subscribers and less movie reviews. Sorry, but the ones you are asked to review, others usually suck. Maybe make those a separate show. I feel they take momentum from the main show topics. Right. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, I need to get on other people's show. Oh, Tim. Oh, I answered that question. All right, thank you, Tim. Upton, $200. Wow. In retrospect, what are your thoughts of Jordan Peterson's invitation to OCON a few years ago? Was it worth it? Did it grow the movement? No, I don't think it was worth it, and I don't think it grew the movement. I think it was worth trying, but I don't think we achieved what we set out to achieve. It was too friendly. It was not well done. It was not well moderated for our purposes. It was moderated for Dave Rubin's purposes, but not for our purposes. I don't think it was sharp enough. I don't think we were confrontational enough. So it didn't highlight the differences, and it didn't attract enough. It didn't attract new people. So I've met people who were attracted to us because of that, but not a lot, and it cost a lot of money. So no, I would, if I would do it again, I would structure it very differently and make sure that we achieve what we wanted to achieve. I don't think we understood it enough in advance. Len, Yaron, if your voice is obviously recovering and I want to hear more. What if your voice is obviously recovering and I want to hear more? I don't know what that means. I'm still going 3 hours and 45 minutes into it. Reggie Wood, can you give me a $20 review of the Thomas Crown affair with Pierce Bronson? It's a fun movie. I think that's a $20 worth review. It's a fun movie. People should watch it. I haven't seen it in a long, long time. I'd have to watch it again. Maybe I will, given it's only $20. But it's a fun movie, so I might be motivated. Your best friend, thanks for going hard in the paint on the different topics in 23. Looking forward to 24. Thank you. Appreciate the support, guys. Nicolas Navarro, Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for your optimistic approach to life and for all the work that you do. Thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate it. DS. Yaron, you can do a show in Chinese. There's an AI program that will translate and dub a recorded show into another language in your own voice. I've heard there is a good program for this. I don't recall the name. I'll look into it. I'm not sure Chinese would be the first language. Maybe Spanish and Portuguese. Those should be the two languages I do. Ian says, I knew I was missing something about abortion rights. Thanks for clarification. The issue is not easy for me to think about as a life-valuing person. It is regrettable to end human life prematurely. Looking forward to 2024. Check out the work that Ben Baer of the Ayn Rand Institute has done on abortion. Ben Baer, check out Ben Baer abortion, and I think you'll find what he's written super interesting and rewarding. So if it is a difficult issue, he's done the best work on it. Knowledge Quest asks, hello, Yaron. What are your thoughts on Robert Greene and his works like 78 Laws of Power, The Art of Seduction, and The Laws of Human Nature? He seems like a critical thinker from interviews I've seen him, but what say you? I'm not very knowledgeable, so I don't really know. I haven't read those books. I'm skeptical of anything that has 48 laws. But look, you don't become super successful at these things if you're not providing some value to people. And I think something like these books, I'm sure, providing value to people. Are they consistent with everything I believe in? I'm skeptical. Are they the best books can be? Probably not. If you had a better integrated philosophy, they could be better. But they're damn good. They're offering a real value to people, and that's something that's really meaningful. Thank you, Knowledgeable Quest. That was your first super chat. Really, really appreciate that. That's great. Okay, we're going to the $2 to $10 questions. We got a lot of these. I'm going to be fast on these. My voice is going, and we're approaching the 4-hour mark. Never outshine the master is one of the laws. Why? Of course you should outshine the master. And the master should massively appreciate the fact that you outshine them. So those are the kind of things that I would disagree with. Laws, I'm sure I'll disagree with. How does one reconcile objectivism and Judeo-Christian values, altruism versus selfish interest, in today's landscape? Do they contradict or complement each other? They fundamentally, unequivocally contradict each other. They are incompatible with one another. Just take altruism versus selfish interest. Selfish interest says that that your moral responsibility is to yourself, and every moral action, every decision you make should be taken from the perspective of its impact on you. Altruism says the exact opposite. Every moral action that you take should be from the perspective of helping others, and you should be willing to sacrifice your own interest for others. That's exact opposites. I reject the Judeo-Christian values, and I embrace objectivism. Now, to really understand it, because that was superficial what I just said, that was very quick, I encourage you to listen to Yaron Brook Show, because we talk a lot about these things. Look at some of my past episodes. Yaron Rules for Life is very good in terms of that. And read Ayn Rand, and you'll gain a great appreciation for the differences between objectivism and the Judeo-Christian values. Apollo Zeus, thank you. Deborah, thank you. Another Deborah in a sticker. Don't forget to like the show. Like the show now, not before you leave. Now, like the show. We've got a challenge on the likes. If to get 500 likes, we get $1,000. A lot of money, and we're still only 396, 104 left. I don't know where we're going to get 104 people to show up to like the show. Maybe you can round people up on Twitter or on Facebook or something to come over and just do a like. Be a shame. All right. Thank you, Johnny. Ertan, I relocated to Hungary from Turkey. I got a better offer in Turkey from a U.S. company, and I can make more savings, which I can also use to move to the U.S. in the future. Other things equal, should I go back to Turkey? Well, it sounds like other things are not equal. It sounds like your long-term goal is to reach the United States, and Turkey provides you with a better platform for reaching the United States than other things being equal, in the sense of you don't suffer in Turkey, you're not going to be prosecuted in Turkey, you don't hate Turkey. Then yeah, I would move. I would move and save up the money so you can go to the United States or go to another country that is even better than Turkey. All right, the optimistic pessimist. Your book In Pursuit of Wealth is underrated. Complimentary book is The Defense of Free Capital Markets by DeRosa. Thank you. Yes, it is underrated. It's really a good book. And it's a kind of original book in a sense that it's got a lot of original thoughts in it that I wish more people would read. I don't know how to pronounce it. Somos, thank you for the support. Really, really appreciate it. That Doodle Bunny, was Einstein not as great as Newton because he had been corrupted by bad philosophy? Newton was corrupted by bad philosophy too. Newton was corrupted by Christianity. So they both weren't as great as they could have been. How about that? They both weren't as good as they could have been. All right, Adam says that he's extending the challenge until 8 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. So we can capture the New Year's Day listeners and save my voice for tonight. So if anybody is listening who's not live, please like the show. Please don't leave until you like the show, because we could still get $1,000 if we get 500 likes. Please put in the comments, somebody, underneath when the show goes live, that encouraging everybody to like the show, right? Well, I think we're at 400 likes, right? I think we've got. We were 399 a minute ago. My guess is we're at 400. I can't. Yeah, my computer's not giving me that number. It doesn't update regularly, but I think we're there. Harper Campbell says, here's $20 for getting to at least 400 likes. I have to admit, I did not see the goal getting reached. I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah, we're at 400. We actually just reached 400. So thank you, friend Harper. Thank you, Adam. Really appreciate you extending it. And I think there's a good chance we make it. We're 401 already. All right. Ruben Veris, Happy New Year, Yaron. Thank you for all you do to educate us. Let's hope 2024 will be the year Hamas and Palestinians are finally defeated. Keep it up with the show. Thank you, Ruben. Really appreciate that, and I certainly intend to. Ex nihilo nihil fit. No idea what that means. What's BGN? Huh. Happy New Year. Oh, it's Bulgarian Lev. Happy New Year. Let me remind you to add parts 2 to 7 of In Defense of Financial Markets to your course playlist. Only part 1 is there. Really? Thank you for thank you for reminding me. I will do that. And thank you for being a first-time super chatter. And thank you for the support. I haven't been to Bulgaria in a long time. We should organize a visit to Bulgaria and a talk in Bulgaria. It's been a while. That doodle money, will suicide and depression largely not exist in an objectivist world? There will be substantially less. Michael says, if you are ever tempted to look for outside approval, realize that you have compromised your integrity. If you need a witness, be your own. Good point, Michael. Excellent. James, what does Dr. Peacock think of Milei in Argentina? I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. I owe him a call, so I don't know. I'm sure he'd be excited. You know, a little wary and skeptical as I am because of the libertarian connection and whether it can sustain itself, because the culture in Argentina is the way it is. Can it really stick in Argentina? But I haven't talked to him. But also excited. Apollo, could the Guyana, Venezuela situation be a setup to distract from any good Milei could achieve in Argentina? No, they're not that sophisticated. They're not. There's no grand conspiracy. Optimistic pessimist, could you get Edward Yonkins on your show? He has written books on Ayn Rand, objectivism, but my favorite book of his is Capitalism and Commerce. I haven't been that impressed with Yonkins' books on objectivism, so probably not. Brian says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Brian. Mark says, thanks for a great year. Looking forward to more. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Adam says, I'm going to double the... Oh, we did that already. Yes. And now it's 500 by 8 p.m. tomorrow night, East Coast time. So 1st of January. Yeah, and we could even reach 1,000 likes by then. Who knows? Because there'll definitely be... This show will get close to 2,000 viewers. So it's just a matter of everybody viewing, liking the show, and we could get $2,000 from Adam. Before you studied objectivism professionally, would you say you were trained to focus more on people than reality? No, I don't think so. I think that's why ultimately objectivism appealed to me. Nick says, Happy New Year. Thank you, Nick. Happy New Year. Kev says, thank you, Yaron. Your show is very valuable to me. I appreciate it, Kev. Thank you. Eyal says, nice shirt, Yaron. Thanks, Eyal. Liam says, my understanding is if we reach 15,000, Scott will be blocked. If that's motivation, guys, yeah, I mean, I'll take the money over Scott any day. Noah, thanks for another awesome year of commentary, Yaron. What limits are there, if any, to free speech? No limits if we understand speech correctly. Some things that people think of speech are actually actions. Fraud is an action. Incitement of violence is an action. So fraud is not protected speech to the extent that it's speech. Incitement is not. Shouting fire in a crowded theater is not, because it's an action. It's a speech dedicated to causing people to act. It's committing fraud against them, and it's violating the property rights of the owner of the theater. So so in that sense, no. Len says Liam has Scott blocked. Tazy says, auction off your shirt, it's getting attention. Well, then I won't be able to wear it. That doesn't work. Apollo, thank you, Apollo. Liam, when you have something to say, silence is a lie. That's right. The Surge, thanks for the content. Any insights into Christians being killed in Nigeria? It's sadly a lesser reported situation I wish I knew more about. Yeah, I mean, basically they're being killed in the north by Islamists. The north is primarily Muslim. It's ISIS territory. It's Al-Qaeda territory. It's Islamic totalitarian territory. And they believe you either convert to Islam or you die by the sword. And they're practicing that. And it's tragic and it's unfortunate. But that is what happens when we appease Islam and when we don't destroy the concept, the idea, and the manifestation of Islamic totalitarianism out there in the world. Michael says, would you ever live in Hawaii? What are your thoughts on Hawaii overall? It's a beautiful place. It's a nice place. I think it's taxes are high. It's unbelievably regulated. It's one of the most leftist states in the country. Probably not live in Hawaii. Although now I'd rather live in Puerto Rico. Frank, will Israel participate in the Paris 2024 Olympic Games? Why not? Why wouldn't it? Imagine the stadium booing teams as it marches, or Israelis win gold at some event. Well, Israelis never win gold, so that's not a problem. But I think it will participate. I don't think it will be banned. I think it will participate. Ertan, what do you think about benefits of learning Hebrew? None. None. Unless you're going to live in Israel, zero. Harrison, Hamas delenda este. I don't know what that means. Stephen Katz says, how to deal with a girlfriend dating partner who's not an objectivist. Try to convert her. Enjoy the stuff you enjoy with her, and accept that you disagree on certain things, and just accept that. Then the question is it worth it? Is it worth your while? You have to make that call. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. And it depends, of course, on to what extent is she non-objectivist? Is she opposed to objectivism? Does she hold another ideology that's diametrically the opposite? How much of an issue is it? Spock says, thanks for making life better. Appreciate it. Patrick, Yaron, will you be setting up for monetizations of your live streams on X? That is where I notice your live streams. I need to figure that out. I haven't figured that out yet. I don't know how to do it. They haven't made it easy. I've checked it out a few times, and it keeps getting complicated. It's too complicated. So I need to either do it or hire somebody to do it. But yes, generally that is the plans. Hitchens, loved the shows this year. Thank you for your work, Yaron. Happy New Year. And what are your thoughts on Bukele of Salvador? I did a couple of shows on him. So look back. I discussed him quite a bit. He's obviously, a mixture. I think his approach to law enforcement is an approach of desperation, but they were desperate. And I think the question is, what does he do now? Now that he's eradicated violent crime in El Salvador, basically, does he move towards a rule of law society, or does he move towards more of an authoritarian society? And I fear that he's going to be more authoritarian. Cook says, besides books written by Folsom, Kotkin, and Hansen, what are some good history books? Who are your favorite historians, particularly looking for stuff on Venezuela, Chile, Argentina, and Cold War? I don't know anything about any of those topics. I don't know the histories of those countries. Right now, I am interested in the Enlightenment, so I read a lot of Jonathan Israel, who I like a lot. There are other authors. I don't have favorite historians, and none that I can recall off the cuff. I like certain periods. I'm interested in certain periods, and I read a lot in certain periods. I don't read just authors. I read the authors in a particular period. So right now, I'm all about the Enlightenment and understanding Christianity better, the history of Christianity better, not Christianity itself. Boz says, get some Bitcoin to secure your freedom in 2027. Not interested. Here's money to go watch Godzilla -1. I'm already committed to watching it. Apollo Zeus, 11 women proposing me marriage in the last hour. Wow, that's amazing. Robert says, give Yaron more money, PDQ. Amy and I go live at 6 p.m. and we can't afford for him to run over that late. Ooh, I'm at 6 p.m. No, it's 6 p.m. Puerto Rican time. Still got an hour. I've been going 4 hours, guys. 4 hours. I think we need a break. All right, James G. How much will it cost to review 3 episodes of Boondocks? It's a show about urban culture. The 3 episodes I wanted to review are, I think that, what would that be? Don't I do 250 an episode? So let's make it 500. Just let me know if you want to do it. Stephen Katz, what do you think of Gypsy Rose Blanchard? Does she and her boyfriend deserve to be in prison for life? I don't know who they are. They're not connecting with me right now. Sorry. James G, why not create a mentorship program for people to receive monthly mentorship from you to support the show? Mentorship for $300 to $500 to $1,000 a month. I think at $1,000 a month we could do that. Yeah, let me copy the idea. Right now, if you give me $250, I meet with you once every 3 months. If you give me $500, I meet with you once a month. $1,000, I'll be your mentor, basically. So we could do that. We could create a $1,000 mentorship program. Gail, I met John Ridpath in Newport Beach, 2008 OCON. A delightful man. Yes, he was. Absolutely. We'll have to do John Ridpath stories one day. Do you vote in Israel? No. Generally, should expat vote? I left the U.S. for 30 years and felt like matters back home did not pertain to me. I don't know if expats should vote. Probably not. Probably not. Shouldn't have to vote. Okay. Michael, can you interview James Valiant? Potentially. Action Jackson 77, recommend everyone watch Emma Koch perform, that's K-O-K, perform song, viola, Andre Rio, amazing performance, a very moving story. Thanks, Action Jackson. Thomas, hi, Yaron, just saying I've been listening for years and I'm making a New Year's resolution to start supporting the show. Thank you, Thomas, really appreciate the support. Philosophy at work, you'd like to know what's going on, what the world is getting wrong. A man for such season and defender of reason. Tune in to hear the words of Yaron. All right, we got it. We rhymed. Apollo Zeus, Mario, Sonic, don't know, don't care. Yaron, what exactly is your advice to men who take on a misogynist stance out of sour grapes when trying to date women? Well, the only person to lose from that is you. You lose. You don't get good dates. You don't get a good woman. You ruin your relationships and you don't have fun. Stephen, what do you think of consumer bankruptcy? Can it be moral? Is there a difference between 7 and 13? I don't know if there's a difference for consumers between 7 and 13. There's for businesses, 7 and 11, I think. But I think consumer bankruptcy makes sense. You really have to think about how to structure the law right. I haven't given it that much thought, but I think it does make sense. And I think it can make sense to file for bankruptcy. Apollo Zeus, could life exist on Jupiter's moon, Europa? It could. I don't see why not. Nadav, love your show in every language. Thank you, Ron. Thanks, Nadav. I appreciate it. Nadav also said, oh, got that twice. The optimistic pessimist, what are your thoughts on Peter Schiff's argument that tariffs are a legitimate form of government taxation funding preferable to the income tax? I think he's wrong. I think sales tax would be preferable to the income tax. That is a tax that affected both domestic and foreign goods equally, would be preferable to the income tax. But in any case, it's not relevant because the reality is that nobody's doing away with income tax. If you told me you were doing away with the income tax and we're increasing tariffs, I'll take that trade. It's not optimal, but I take it. What you really want is to get rid of tariffs, have a sales tax, and get rid of income tax. Paulo Zeus, macronutrient ratios on cardiovascular outcomes. I have no idea. Evan, Michael Kyle, you should use OBS to overlay elements such as stats, likes, and other current challenges. Take a look at what video games streamers on Twitch do. Happy New Year. I don't know how to overlay in OBS. I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check out how to overlay. Because yes, I should do that. All right, we're almost there, guys. Just stick with me a little bit longer. 2 minutes, I think. Raphael, hi, Yaron. I've been going on a few dates lately, and I always mention your show. I'm doing my part. I hope it helps. Yeah, I hope it helps. Mentioning me on a date, I don't know if that helps. I hope so. Apollo Zeus, psychological visibility in romantic love. Tips for women to capture me. I don't have any tips. Psychological visibility is really, really important to be able to see in the other person your deepest values, your most sacred beliefs, the things that you are most serious about, is an incredible value of having a romantic relationship. Kim, thanks for providing us with all your wisdom this year. Looking forward to listening to you in 2024. Thank you, Kim. Raphael will wrap it up with Yaron. I'm a long-time listener, and your recent show with Don was one of my favorite shows. I'm looking forward to see Don here again. I'm sure he will be. Thank you, Raphael. All right, thanks, everybody. We blew away the goal, $13,557. On top of that, we got $2,000 from the match from the Seglers, but that's not all, because in addition to that, we've still got the possibility of getting another $1,000 from Adam Campbell, who, if we can get 500 likes by 8 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern time, we will get that $1,000. So please consider, if you're watching this afterwards, just like the show. It doesn't cost anything. Just press that like. If we get 1,000 likes, we get $2,000 from Adam. And I guess it's, Daniel Duffy just came in with $500. Wow, Daniel, that's amazing. Can you read Scent of a Woman? That's funny. I just saw somebody watching Scent of a Woman on a plane. I was watching it vicariously. Yes, I would be happy to watch Scent of a Woman. Daniel goes on to say, Happy New Year. You've given me a lot of value over the years. So I will watch Scent of a Woman. And I'll try to do a show where I do all these reviews. We'll do a movie review show. I think there's a lot of good movies here to review. So interesting movies to review. So hopefully, I think you guys will really enjoy it. All right, everybody. Don't forget to like the show. Please, whether you're watching live or not, those of you who did not have a chance to participate, you can still support the show with an applause right under there in YouTube. You can also become a monthly contributor, which is kind of my preferred way because that gives it predictability, by going to yaronbrookshow.com/membership or to Patreon. You can do it on Patreon. So those are my two preferred means by which to support the show on a monthly basis. Finally, don't forget to share and do everything else. But like is important today in particular. And Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Next year I'll have my voice back, I think. Happy New Year. I'm looking forward to an exciting, thrilling year. And lots of news roundups and lots of interesting shows and lots of interactions with you guys. I will see you all on Tuesday on the 2nd of January. Hard to believe, but we're this close to 2024. Bye, everybody. Happy New Year. Have a great evening. Have a great New Year's Day.